hello. Welcome to Electrify Expo Glendale. This is day 2. It is going to be a great Sunday here at Electrify Expo. And we are here at the EV Reality Check booth powered by GreenCars.com. If you can hear my voice and the voices of the guests I have here today, you are going to get a free t-shirt. You hear that? Free t-shirt awaits you here at the EV Reality. Free t-shirt. Also here is going to be a chance, again, rest your feet, also charge your phones if you've been taking photos and videos all day. And that is what this space is for, is a place to kind of collect and gather to discuss what's happening in the industry. We're going to be dispelling myths, dispelling rumors, talking about what happens inside of electrification on a broad scale, but then also having personal conversations with people that are making it happen on the front lines. My name is Matt Teske. I'm the founder and CEO of Chargeway. It is the best mobile app you can download for EVs. Plan your road trips, add any EV to the app. It's on iOS and Android. It's free to download. Make sure to download Chargeway. And I'm also joined once again by...
Hi, yours truly. My name is Blake Aaron. I'm an EV content creator, YouTuber, social media personality, all that stuff. But really, I'm just an EV nerd. I'm an EV enthusiast. I'm also a resident of Phoenix, Arizona. I've owned and driven electric vehicles here for the past 6 years, so I can speak personally on behalf of this area what it's like to own an EV here. So if you have questions about that or anything else that we talk about here today, we've got a mic up here. We're open to your questions. We're happy to answer them for you. So.
Exactly it. And so also throughout the entire weekend, we're meeting with people from the industry that are making it happen in various ways. That could be policy, it could be utilities, it could be at the dealer level. And so today we're actually joined by Taylor Faust from GreenCars.com. How you doing, Taylor?
Hey, doing well.
Hey, so you guys sponsor this beautiful space, the EV Reality Check booth, and it's because GreenCars is really a focus for you, is a big time, is education, right?
Yeah, we want to educate the consumer. We want to make sure they're making the right decision, the smart decision, and that they know that home charging is available, but also your charging app as well.
No, that's the cool thing is there is so much that is to be learned by everybody that's getting into an EV. You and I have talked over the last year or two about the experience you had about getting your first EV. We're both actually based in the Northwest, so we've got a different experience than, for example, Phoenix. But Blake, you got a lot of experience with what happens here in Phoenix as an EV owner. So the combination of shopping and owning, something like GreenCars is beneficial to someone who's getting their feet wet, right?
I would say, I kind of wish that I knew about GreenCars whenever I was doing my shopping 6 years ago. I don't think GreenCars was as well known back then, right? You guys kind of got your start about 5 years ago or so.
Yeah, we launched in 2020. Basically, we as a dealer group with 459 dealerships, we knew that we had to start catering to the consumer that was looking at electric and hybrid vehicles and help the dealerships out, because people were going into the dealerships not knowing, not educated, and quite frankly, our sales reps were in the same boat, and so it was not a very good dynamic for our company.
I would say, as an EV shopper, that's one of the main pain points for me, especially if I'm looking at a brand new EV. Just like any other car, I'm expecting to go into the dealership and talk to somebody that has some experience and knows how to use the car and can educate me. That just wasn't the case for a lot of the EVs that I was looking at, and I would assume probably the case for a lot of the new EVs that are coming to market. So that really paves the way for somebody like you to come in and fill that gap. And so I'm glad you're doing that.
Yeah, no, on GreenCars.com, you can find literally everything. So you can find an incentive tool that's, based off of your zip code, your income. You can also find the largest charging network with ChargePoint that works directly with Chargeway, or integrates with it. You can find write-ups, articles. We have access to over 52 different brands. So we review Ferraris, we review Honda Prologues, anything and everything can be found on that site. It's like an Edmunds, basically.
Well, and I think that's what's really cool about it, is that it's the top of the funnel, right? It's about how you can start your research process to learn more about what the EV ownership experience looks like. And I think truthfully too is one thing you pointed out, Blake, is the fact that at the dealer level, there's a lot to create around information that is accessible to them, so they can close the sale more effectively and give people the information they need. That's exactly what I think is interesting about GreenCars is born out of a dealer network, and that's what's really important, is that there's a lot of dealer networks that are still, I would say, behind the curve here, whereas you guys have been working on this now for basically half a decade.
Yeah, no, our CEO literally found this gap where we were, at dealerships in general, we're just not embracing it, and he said, we're gonna actually embrace it as an organization. Really shows how Lithium Driveway, our parent company, is really embracing the customer satisfaction and also their experience to mimic that.
Really like your model of just starting at the top, basically, right, with the car search. So if you go to greencars.com, that's where you can have basically your entire shopping experience catered to you. You can filter your search based on which EVs or hybrids you're looking at specifically, and then you could be led to a dealership that's also owned by green cars to find that specific car that's perfect for you and your use case.
It's a really cool funnel effect. I mean, here today we're doing a matchmaking tool, which basically people put in, how much they drive, do they have home charging, do they have, and it characterizes them based off of their, their lifestyle. Yeah. And that's what we really want to do, because all of this is about a lifestyle,
Yeah. No, that's a great, the lifestyle word is something we talk about all the time, it's still a car. It's at the end of the day, it's a car that works for all your driving needs, but the lifestyle piece is something that we haven't had to discuss for the gas car experience, because lifestyle didn't matter with the gas car. It was basically you all had to go get gas, whereas if you're charging, the different ways in which you can charge is based on where you live, and how you drive.
No, that's completely correct. I mean, I was in Florida, a couple weeks ago, same for an expo, visiting some dealerships, and basically it's a completely different lifestyle, like you were saying, than the Northwest. We have enough chargers where I'm from. In Florida, I was waiting 2 hours just to charge. I didn't know there was lines for chargers before. Right. You want to be in and out for a line. You don't want to be in a line for a charger.
Well, that's a great opportunity, though. I'm just saying. I mean, there should be more chargers at In-N-Out stations. Maybe they should open up their own charging network.
It's one of the best ones you can get. No, but that's such a great point. Is that geographically speaking, again, throughout the U.S., there's a lot that still there's gaps to be filled, even on the charging side. The gap that GreenCars is filling as it relates to the research and shopping experience is fundamental. But to your point, it gets down into that ownership experience piece too. That's so important. How does that then translate, I guess, over time? Like, are you going to be, again, you got your guys' site, you guys have dealers. Is it just basically connecting the dots between the digital and tangible experience then?
Yeah, basically. So we do in-house trainings, to help our organization out. We also bring in third parties, I mean, we were just at Avondale Nissan, 2 days ago?
2 days ago, yeah. So yeah, we did a nice Chargeway deployment with one of our beacons at Avondale Nissan, and that response from the sales reps was great, because it really speaks to the fact that those gaps, like you're pointing out, that gaps of they don't know what they don't know either, but they want to speak in an informative way that sells a car with confidence that sets their customers up for success. Yeah. And that's such a big part. And I think that's what we saw at that training the other day.
Yeah, and I mean, in all reality, Lithium Driveway, GreenCars, we want to push the people to the correct car, but we also want to move metal,
That's it.
I mean, we're in the auto industry, so getting them to the correct car, helping them understand, making that customer experience, excellent. I mean, any way we can just to help.
It's really cool that you guys are doing that. I mean, I kind of saw that exactly what you guys do essentially as being like my personal calling. That's why I started my YouTube channel, is because awesome. I love talking to people about what specific needs they need from a vehicle, and kind of just like filtering down their search and helping them find the right car for them. That's why I made my channel, and I'm kind of happy that you guys took me out of the job, because it's just it's very taxing, right? Like, especially if you're doing on like a one-on-one, you don't have the tools and resources that you guys have at GreenCars. It just makes it, I think, a little more catered towards the individual customer. They get to see exactly all the specs of the cars that they're looking at right there on their website, and then they get pointed to a dealership where they can go buy it. I can't do all that by myself.
I was going to say, everything you just listed off, I'm like, yeah, that was not going to be easy for one person.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up too, because we have to, since we cater to 52 different brands, we have to be unbiased. We want, so when you go onto greencars.com, it's not just we love Toyota or we love Lexus. No, I mean, we want to talk about all the different brands. We want to help people understand what they're coming out with, why they're coming out with it, and yeah, it's really coming together nicely.
Well, I think to your point about the 52 brands, is a big part of what the expo is about is showcasing choice, right? And we've talked about that this weekend here at the EV Reality Check booth, is that it's about understanding the lifestyle piece, but then if there is something like a Lithia GreenCars Driveway, that this is a dealer group that touches not only 52 brands, but hundreds of geographic areas and metropolitan areas around the country. And that level of, again, that diversification of brand, that diversification of location, it really lends to what you were describing of how do we get this information to people the fastest in a way that also helps them understand how it fits their world inside their little geographic pin. So for Phoenix, and for here again in the Arizona area, again, you've got dealers here in the area. We've engaged with them even this week since we've been here. And then for what you do as an owner basis, this is a resource that other owners in Arizona can take part in.
Yeah. I get to focus on, once a person's purchased their car, what's one of the first things that you guys do? Or maybe I'll tell you what the first thing that I do is I jump on YouTube and I find out exactly every single inch of that car, what it's capable of, all the features, everything it can do. I just super educate myself on those topics. So there's a place for all of that, and all of that together is really what creates the electric vehicle experience for someone. Some of that's necessary even, is like going on road trips. You want to see somebody do it first in a video, and so that's all part of an education piece. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. I mean, I bought my Tesla, quite frankly, because of the performance. I loved going 0 to 60 in 2.3 seconds, you know?
We should talk about that. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I love to talk about cars. I drove a Model 3 Performance as well, so that's what got me into cars. So it's just like I used to be just a regular car enthusiast. I'll start there. And I only got into EVs because it seems like a more affordable way to get some of the supercar performance that typically will cost you 6 figures or more, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, you drive by I don't know, a Dodge Challenger or something along those lines, and you know that you can just
smoke them.
we don't do that though. We all drive the speed limit. We're very responsible.
This is a responsible discussion.
There is a drift mode that's built into the car. It's meant to be used, so we use it, right?
But I mean the technology too, you know, and that's one of the reasons why I went towards Tesla. Again, GreenCars.com, you can find one of the largest selections of used Teslas. But you know, I bought it. Had the self-driving mode. I mean, it just blew my mind. You know, the sensors, the charging capabilities. I mean, it's fascinating where EVs are going and how they're evolving.
Well, even in the last 4 or 5 years for GreenCars, when the inception of it to where we are in that last half a decade, the types of vehicles and the technology that's been introduced to the industry. Again, we're talking 4 or 5 years ago. You had 52 brands that were represented under the Lithia umbrella, but not all 52 of those brands had a plug-in car 5 years ago.
No, and you know, a big reason why everyone was like, "Hey, why did you call it GreenCars?" Well, we had to do 40 plus MPG to make it sound like, you know, hey, the environmental impact is there. We also had to, you know, help people understand that like there's electric, there's hybrid, but you can also help the world by just, you know, saving money on gas. Hey, that's a plus.
I mean, there's a comfortability piece to it too. Like, not everybody's ready to just make that full leap into electric vehicles. So there's options all along the spectrum. Right?
I think that's a great point. And I always call it the lily pad car. Yeah. There's a lot of people that maybe they're interested in getting into a vehicle that's more fuel efficient, saving them some money. And I always look at it like, okay, if you've been driving just your typical gas car, well, the first lily pad you hop to is that hybrid. Because it gets you that higher MPG, it saves you some money. You are being more sustainable in that respect. It's that first step. But then it's like, oh, you graduate into the plug-in hybrid.
You're nicer than me because I refer to hybrid cars as training wheels.
Oh, the hell, well, but no,
if you drive a hybrid, that's okay.
It's okay. Hey, I started with one. I mean, back in the day, so I had my training wheels at one point. But that's exactly it. It's that sense of like I'm easing into what is an energy discussion, a fuel discussion, but that ease and comfort then comes with I can use either electricity or gasoline using a plug-in hybrid. Yeah. That's a great tester. I think homeowners that are looking at it saying like, well, we don't want to go full electric yet. It's like, okay, but you can use gas on road trips, fine, but that electricity could be your driving fuel all day, every day.
Yeah, your commute. 100%.
There's a great use case for a hybrid car. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, and then once you go full electric, well, it's like the old school thing. Like once you go Mac, you never go back in the computing world. It's like, it's kind of true with EVs.
Yeah. Can we talk a little bit about cars in particular, about electric cars and our personal experiences about them? I want to know a little bit about that. So if you're here at the expo, we are sitting right across from the GreenCars booth, and they have, in my opinion, one of the coolest cars that's here at the expo, just on display in a beautiful wrap. It's the Volkswagen ID Buzz, and I am pretty sure that you guys have trialed and tested that car more than most people have. And can you talk a little bit about your experience with the Volkswagen ID Buzz?
Yeah, so we got the opportunity to purchase that at Salem Volkswagen, and we did get it wrapped. It's beautiful. You know, it's kind of got that vintage creamsicle vibe, I guess people would call it. Put a surfboard on top, and we're shipping it to every expo, so we're trying to get it to every major city. Yeah. And they said, hey, we want you to visit dealerships, talk about GreenCars, talk about the aspect of everything. And yeah, so the first stop was Miami, then drove it over to Naples, up to Tampa, and then Orlando, and visiting stores. And it's been an experience. The charging, obviously, I said I was waiting, a couple hours for a charger, but
Oh, wow.
And that was not because the car can't charge fast. It's because there was so many EVs in Florida that you were like looking around going, wait, where do I go? Like, because there's not enough charging infrastructure where you were.
Yeah, it boggled my mind. I really didn't know. So, you're on a time crunch, you're on a schedule, and you're trying to visit the beautiful state of Florida, and it's like, I don't have 2 hours to wait.
Yeah, that's one of the things that people, hesitate about Volkswagen and really any other EV automaker that doesn't already have access to Tesla supercharger network.
Yeah.
That's kind of a concern for some people, is that that's going to limit your choices and force you to spend a lot more time at a charger, right?
But it's coming for brands like Volkswagen. Like, it's around the corner for them. I mean, Hyundai and Kia Hyundai just gained access. Kia is forthcoming.
Yeah, I drive a Kia EV6, and I guess they're taking some sort of grudge out on me personally, and so they're withholding Tesla supercharger access because they know that I went from a Model 3 to a Kia EV6. So they're like, oh, let's hold on.
It's like, yeah, Blake can't have access. Let's just make sure everyone else who has a Kia gets to wait.
Exactly.
No, but
everybody else is collateral damage. I'm sorry.
Sorry, look what you did, man. I mean, but it's funny how these discussions, they used to be a lot more difficult. Even when Expo first started, like 4 or 5 years ago, these conversations were, again, a lot more prevalent because there was still some real tangible experiences. People saying, yeah, I'm not seeing the infrastructure. I haven't been able to actually experience it yet. So what you're describing in Florida is indicative of there's a lot of EVs on the road in the States, and we are catching up on that infrastructure.
Yeah, we're catching up, and boy, just riding around in that VW Buzz, though, I got to admit.
Eyeballs.
Are you breaking necks, just like people turning to try to see that car? Because anytime I see that car on the road.
Drove it on the beach, opened the door, got the Jackrabbit out, rode down the beach, and everyone's just like,
oh,
yeah. It's a striking car. Yeah. I mean, my wife drives a Volkswagen ID4, and as our family continues to grow, like the natural progression is a Volkswagen ID Buzz, right? So that's why I asked you specifically about that car. I think it's a great family car, especially. Well, I mean, we talked about some of the turmoils for charging on longer road trips.
Yeah.
Until it gets access to Tesla supercharger network, which should be a little bit later this year. We're probably talking by the end of Q2, I think, is what I saw. But otherwise, it's. For now, it's still a great daily commuter, family hauler, right?
Well, and truth, I mean, again, it has access to, again, there's a lot of high-powered infrastructure out there for the ID Buzz.
Right.
So, I mean, good examples here in Phoenix. There is a ton of infrastructure away from the home that you could get a Buzz here in Phoenix and enjoy it a lot, whether you're charging home or not. It's, geographically speaking, I think that's one of the things where we see an uptick on the EV sales, whether that might be, is how is that infrastructure keeping up? That gets to like the state funds that are going to be putting out infrastructure. Yeah. We had a lot of conversations about that yesterday here at the show. So the beauty of it is so much is happening, again, fast and behind the scenes, but it requires the effort from infrastructure, which is the utilities, charging networks, but also the OEMs building the cars and the dealers selling them.
Well, and also the dealerships need to get on board with signing up to basically have chargers in their dealerships.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
So on our side, we actually, we can raise our hands or we can bypass it, and there's different methodologies around it. Again, where you're at geographically, like you talked about.
Yeah.
But it's not just on the consumer. It's not just on the manufacturer. It's on the dealerships as well.
It's not. You would think that that's just like a major opportunity for a car dealership to jump on. It's just it's going to bring in natural traffic if you have publicly accessible fast chargers at your dealership. Right?
Yeah, I think the one thing that's tough for some dealers too is if you think about how the automakers are independently going to their showrooms sometimes and saying, "Here's what you got to do for infrastructure," and then you got a row of all of these dealers in like an auto mall, and they may or may not be owned by the same dealer group. Or even if they are, they say, "Hey, I represent 5 OEMs, and they've all got 5 different ideas for how I got to do this, and what do I do?" So I think that's something that is the proactivity that Lithia has taken on the EV front, and again the challenge that exists with education information, not just on the consumer side, but getting the dealers prepared to have those conversations. Again, you guys are tackling it on all fronts, which is great.
Yeah, we're trying. I mean, GreenCars is a team of 5 right now, and we lean on our internal teams. Everyone does a great job, but we're standing this up as an organization, and it's really fun to watch. It really is.
I don't think, the education piece is a shared ownership, right? Like you guys do a lot, right?
Yeah.
But it's also, on behalf of the customer that's doing the shopping as well, it's on them. It's going to be their product that they're investing their money into. So you need to do that homework of like finding out what your charging infrastructure looks like around you.
Yeah.
There are great tools to your disposal in order to do that. Chargeway being a great example of that. Just open the app, zoom out a little bit and see what kind of charging infrastructure
100%,
is around you.
100%.
It surprises you, I think, and we talked about that a little bit yesterday too. Is about the lack of visualization for where charging is away from home, And that's a challenge that exists in every single city for where Expo goes, is that there isn't anything like the gigantic 50-foot sign that says gas here, right? We have to make sure that people know how they can visualize where the charging is. But as we've been discussing, it's like, okay, is it the high-power charger you need? Do you have real-time status for all the major networks to know what's busy, what's not busy?
Right.
That's something that Chargeway brings to the table in a holistic way across North America. Is it's all the networks, it's every single state, it's both U.S. and Canada.
Right. No, and then you were showing me too, like the trip check. Like you could, you were showing me from here to Vegas. I didn't know that there was a long stretch that there's nothing. There's literally nothing.
Yeah,
you know?
but if you can make it depend on temperature and speed, things like that, it's like you got to know what your vehicle can do. And something like Chargeway helps that for any vehicle, like the 52 brands you represent. Those are all represented inside of a tool like Chargeway as well. So kind of wrapping things up, closing things out. You guys have been working like crazy. You've been on the road a ton. We've talked about it. So we're going to see GreenCars again at the next expo. But for anybody who is listening to this online, anybody who's going to see this later on, so there's GreenCars.com. Where else can everybody find information about GreenCars?
I mean, GreenCars.com. We also have social media, YouTube. Our YouTube channel is super awesome. I mean, reviews on every single car you can think of. We also do micromobility, so we're opening that up. The Naxion motorcycles, the Jackrabbits of the world. Yeah, it's really coming together. And then we have an external newsletter that just keeps you on point. You guys were talking about the different networks that are going to be, catering to Tesla, the superchargers.
Yep.
We write about that. We send it out, and it just keeps everyone informed.
There you go. Anything else you want to cover?
Nothing. Thanks for your time, man.
I was going to say,
awesome.
this has been great. I think I'd love to see the growth you guys have had. It's great to see you here at Expo. It's because of events like Expo that you can have a greater reach beyond the digital realm, and that's exactly what it is. But the beauty is you can then attach that in every city you're in to all those rooftops you guys have to make sure that those customers that are going and shopping for EVs after they leave the Expo, they're also informed at those showrooms.
Right. Yeah, it all comes together, and it's been awesome to see.
Cool. Well, hey, for those listening, this is the EV Reality Check booth powered by GreenCars.com. Make sure to check out the GreenCars booth, the beautiful ID Buzz that's over there with that cool wrap. We're going to be doing all day, every day here at the Expo these types of conversations, answering questions, busting myths and rumors, but also making sure that you get a chance to chat with folks like Taylor from the GreenCars. So, Taylor, thanks so much, man.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Let's hear it, Trey. Are we good to go? Sounds like we're good to go. All right, Trey. Thank you for making it good to go. Hello. We are at Electrify Expo Glendale. It's a beautiful Sunday. We've got things kicked off here. For those who can hear our voices, we are at the EV Reality Check booth powered by GreenCars.com. Make sure to check out GreenCars.com if you're shopping for an EV. It's a great way to compare vehicles, get a sense of what vehicle is best for you. But also, if you can hear our voices, you can come by the booth and get a free T-shirt inside of the EV Reality Check space. So make sure to swing by, get your free T-shirt. But as the day wears on, we've got seating. We've also got charging for your cell phone. You've been taking photos and videos all day. Make sure your phone charged up. It's really a place to kind of gather to also discuss a variety of topics in the industry. We're dispelling rumors and myths. We're also talking to people that are making the industry work, and that's part of what we're doing today in these different sessions. So my name is Matt Teske. I'm the founder and CEO of Chargeway. If you do have an EV or if you're shopping for an EV, make sure to download the Chargeway mobile app on iOS and Android. It's the best EV charging app you can use to make sure you can plan road trips and find charging for your EV that you fall in love with. And I'm also joined once again by...
Yours truly. My name is Blake Aaron. I am an EV content creator, YouTuber, social media personality known as Blake Check. I've been doing this for about 5 or 6 years, but I'm really just an EV nerd. And I'm a resident of Phoenix, Arizona, so I know what it's like to own and drive an electric vehicle here in this specific area. So I'll be able to speak to things that are questions that you guys might have about where's the nearest charger, what's the charging infrastructure look like around here, is it reliable? Genuine concerns that people might have before buying their first electric vehicle. So if that sounds like you, feel free to join us if you're walking by. We've got a mic up here. If you want to ask us a question directly, we might have time to address that.
So we are going to be covering a lot today, just as like we did yesterday. But one of the things we do is we bring in guests that are from the industry that are working on making the industry function and happen. And right now we are joined by John Lanham from Shade. So John, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I really appreciate being here. Looking forward to this conversation with you.
So, aside from Shade being spelled uniquely, S-H-A-E-D, what is...
Is that not how it's spelled?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Okay.
It was a long Saturday night, I know, but we're working on it. We're getting our feet under us on a Sunday morning.
I can read.
I know. So, what is Shade? Like, what's your elevator pitch for what people should know about for Shade?
Yeah, so Shade is a mobility platform that's here to help power some of our back-end tools. We launched what we call our commercial EV marketplace, which is the first aggregator of all commercial electric vehicles, but really we're focused on connecting the entire ecosystem through our platform. So that's everything from financing vehicles, charging hardware, installation partners, all the way through that ecosystem, because we really have a fundamental belief if we can make things reliable, convenient, and understand TCO, then fuel type really doesn't matter.
So for those who've never heard TCO before, that's total cost of ownership. So TCO is something. So again, you're focused on a B2B relationship and real, like everything you guys do.
Yes.
It's smoothing the runway for fleet operators. For example, if you are listening to our voices and you can hear where we are, if you have a workplace that you're at and you guys have a fleet of vehicles, this is something you should be listening about, because it may be that you could transition those vehicles from gas-powered to electric using your technology.
Absolutely.
It's starting to make more and more sense for fleets to go electric in today's day and age, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so there's just a growing market for people like you. And, you know, I'm sure just a few years ago, all of the resources weren't as condensed and as easily accessible as you're making it over at Shade. So I'm sure there's a real use case for a company like yours.
Yeah, the goal is that we take all of these pieces that, you know, a lot of us have heard working in this space or seen that, you know, getting the charging point takes 20 weeks to even get an application into the utility, or, you know, getting chargers delivered, or these different things. What we're really trying to do is say, we've heard these issues. We understand that. How can I understand what, you know, the specs are on my vehicle? How can I understand what charging do I need? And really trying to bring that into an easy digestible space,
yeah,
so that you can make decisions.
Well, we talk about it a lot, too, about how lifestyle impacts the EV that you might buy, right? And so that could be if you're a homeowner, if you're a non-homeowner, that will affect that. But the same is true for fleet operators in the sense of it's about the lifestyle of the fleet. What are the vehicles being used for? What kind of range do they need? Are they needing to haul things? All down that list. So really it's a matchmaking process that you're creating for people to have a smoother runway to understand how to basically get the product they need.
It's time-consuming and just expensive, really, for companies to do this themselves. And that, by itself, is enough to dissuade a company, I would say, to not go electric, when they might find that going electric might make their operations more efficient and save them money, ultimately. So,
yeah, I think that it's a really interesting point, right? Like, we see these fleets that like the Fortune 500, the Fortune 100 companies that have sustainability departments and things, they're able to make that transition, right?
Right, yeah.
But when you're talking about the local pool guy here in Phoenix, who there's a value to that, right? His routes make sense. He can either get charging at his work location, charge en route or something, but they don't understand that process. It's a big, scary process, and it's because on the retail side, we've done a really good job at displaying public charging infrastructure, like Chargeway being able to give those, locations of. But for a fleet, they don't understand like that time down. That how do I keep my operations going? That's a big piece of it, and being able to understand.
Well,
that.
time is huge when it comes to business, right? So one of the things actually that's inside of Chargeway is how to define power levels.
Yeah.
Because that's one thing that we have to educate people on is not everyone knows what a kilowatt or a kilowatt hour is. We were talking about it yesterday, and you said, what's crazy is I hear kilowatt hour and I think charging speed. But in reality, that's actually battery capacity. But I see that I wish I'd have been cataloging over the years how many times I've seen people refer to the speed that they charge as kilowatt hour because they're thinking time. But so to that point, that's one thing that we worked on even like with Chargeway is to say, okay, if you're out in the field and you're away from, but you're not charging behind the fence, as we call it, where can you find a charger that meets your time? That's what it's designed to do is at a quick glance, you can see power levels on the map and get an estimated charge time based on the vehicle you're driving, based on all the engineering. That's something that fleet operators, to your point, they have to also know how to navigate just like an everyday driver.
Well, but I think that that's an amazing tool because when you think about when we look at charging infrastructure that could go in at a fleet, a lot of times we hear from the big charging OEMs, everything's got to be a DC fast charger. But when you look at the use
that's because
case,
they want the money.
It's the commission, right? Like, let's be honest, right? Like,
right.
And that's a terrible thing. Like when you're looking at $60,000 per charger as an install cost on average,
and that's for a low-level fast charger.
That's a 150 kW, right? You start creeping up into the 350s and higher,
Six figures.
6 figures easy. Where if you can put level 2 chargers in for 10 to 12,000 per charger, depending upon size and distance and all of that, like. You can use Chargeway for opportunity charging mid-route if you need it, right? And that's that bridge that we have to cross is you can have charging on site for an affordable cost, and then we can utilize apps and other programs such as Chargeway. Where can we meet in the middle if we need that opportunity charge?
And you can probably help them out, like just build out the logistics for that too, like how to make level 2 charging work for their use case and kind of explain just financially using numbers, like why it doesn't necessarily make sense to make that much larger investment, even though it sounds better to have a faster charger at your factory, of course. Well, it might not always make sense.
We're accustomed to convenience, right?
Right.
And so the idea of, we talk about this every time we're at a City for Expo, is that a lot of what we're discussing is that consumer psychology or just the psychological shift of, when I get a fill-up, it's got to be fast because that gets me back on the road. But how often are vehicles sitting idle, not doing anything, especially if it's from a fleet at night? That doesn't mean you need a fast fill-up. It means you need a reliable fuel source that meets your needs to be full when you get to the work in the morning.
And I think it's important to understand, too, when we're looking at those paths of travel, right? How many times does a fleet vehicle actually fill up at a gas station in the middle of the day?
Again, you tell us.
Probably,
I've never seen it.
Right?
You see it in the morning, right? You see the gas stations filled up with all the F-350s and everybody going to work, right?
Yep.
They don't do that again until the next morning. So, if you come to work and your vehicle is filled up, you go run that route, you come back, you plug it back in.
That's time saved, right?
And that's a time saving right now. I heard a fleet operator say the amount of money that they saved on the 5-minute trips that their employees were making to the gas pump was incredible. Like, you add up those 5-minute increments when you have a fleet of 20, 30 vehicles.
Yeah, once it becomes exponential, right?
It becomes exponential, and you can control your fueling at your location, right?
And that's such a fundamental aspect of whether it's a fleet or whether it's someone who's just buying a car. It is all about how they understand how they can fit the fueling into their life. And so I guess to that end, so you're operating here, out of Arizona, but we talked briefly before we started. You guys are wide-reaching, though. You're working with a lot of different fleets around the country. Yeah.
So this is what Shade is a nationwide with moving into a global reach, right? So we have the ability to replicate this as we go forward, right? Obviously, some other countries are further along, but really focused in North America. And we touch all 50 states. We can be there to support any fleet of any size. And I think what's really interesting is we're able to bring any kind of vehicle type. So I don't know if you guys have seen like the micro-mobility, like Fernhay vehicles that they use.
Oh, yeah.
So like we work with them all the way up to, Class 8 Mack trucks that are on our platform too. So we help that whole wide range.
And having that diversity of catalog, it really does help you walk in and meet with anybody and say, well, what are your needs? We can really speak to it.
Follow-up question for you. I'm sure you get a lot of unique questions from your customers that maybe we're not even anticipating, because most of our dialogue has been like some of the main questions and concerns that just your average consumer might have about buying their first electric vehicle. What are some unique questions that you're encountering with what you do?
Yeah, so I encounter a lot of questions on my side, being on the infrastructure and utility side. Like, I hear that same comment or question that the utility is always the bottleneck and these kind of things. I know we hear on the passenger side too, but from a fleet side, that makes a big difference. And I kind of really focus on the utility is less your enemy and more your friend if you start at the right time, right? Like,
that's so funny. we had a conversation like this yesterday. There seems to be a bit of a shift there, where like the utility company is almost having to come and partner with the consumer base for electric vehicles, just because that relationship is close and getting closer, just at a corporate level, but all the way down to just like your just residential or just regular consumer.
There's an intimacy to it now for the utility relationship that hasn't existed. Like you said, it's the fact that we've all sort of just operated with it being in the background. It's like, oh, cool, lights are on, AC is on, whatever, we're fine. We don't actively think about the utility. Well, we haven't up until now, but now it is a relationship that is becoming very personal, whether that's a B2B relationship or whether that's what you're doing at home.
Yeah, and I think when we look at it from a fleet charging standpoint, because uptime is so tied into it, if you're ordering vehicles with an expectation that they're going to land at your site in the next 20 to 30 weeks, but you don't start that power out, you're not having that conversation, you're going to be behind, right? And it's not necessarily the utility's fault. They have processes.
Right.
And really what you have to do is, and we always say this, I always say this to people specifically, is the minute you start even thinking about transitioning to an EV is the minute you contact your utility.
Yep.
The buying process and utility integration process should start at the same time.
Yes. Yeah. No. And that's part of, again, this is the learning curve of having the ability to access your fill up in a way that is, again, you get to own it.
Yeah.
Again, that is something we just haven't thought about actively as consumers, whether that's personal or whether that's from a business perspective.
As a customer, I don't need to reach out to SRP and say that I'm considering buying an EV. I mean, for my house, I think they can handle maybe one or two cars. But for a consumer like you're dealing with, like for a fleet, I mean, you really need to give them some heads up, right?
So I think it's an interesting statement, and I'll bring this up because I'm interested to see what you guys think. Is you just mentioned something, right? Like at my house, I don't need to let them know I'm going to throw in a 40 amp breaker for my charger. Think about as the electrification picks up, and you've got 5 neighbors now on your site, on your street, who all put 40 amp breakers in. That transformer is only rated for a certain power capacity.
Yeah,
we need to get consumers in the mindset of thinking, if I'm putting home charging in, I at least need to let my utility know so that they can plan future upgrades, so you don't see power loss.
That's a major opportunity too. It's like, if a utility company can offer some sort of incentive program or just like a discounted rate, or just provide education on like when it's better to charge like off-peak versus on-peak hours, like that can start that conversation. If you're reaching out to them and signing up for some sort of incentive, that's their green light to know that you've purchased an EV or that you're at least thinking about it, and they can gather that data.
It's the visibility into either the process where you're at in that sales funnel, and then also the visibility into, once you have the vehicle, again, what did you decide to use for charging? So my wife and I at home, we've had EVs for over 12 years, and basically I charge on level 1 all the time, which is a typical wall outlet, because I just don't drive that much. Whereas she upgraded and got a level 2 for her car because she does leave the house more often. In those instances, that's important. Like you said, it's important information for the utility to have visibility into, okay, where's that load coming from, and then how do we manage that? There's a lot of companies working on load management, as we refer to it in the industry, in that way, where and that question comes up all the time. It's like, is the grid gonna be able to handle all this? And the beauty of it is it's not reactive from the utility side. They're proactively always working on how they can be thoughtful around where energy production is going to be needed the most. And that happens decades. We're talking about decades or years in advance. And the reactive aspect of a consumer saying, oh, I just bought this thing. Oh, no, now I got to do these 7 things. That means that there is a safety net kind of behind the curtain, right?
Yeah. So the distribution planning, or the planning aspect that the utilities go through, right? It sounds like you've talked to some people, right? There's a cycle of that, whether that's a 5 or 10 year lookout. But if they're missing that information, right? If they're missing, like, hey, 7 people on this one circuit just put in these home chargers, that makes a difference. And when they see that peak, that's an unanticipated peak. So
Exactly, yeah.
There's no requirement on on our behalf as a consumer of an electric vehicle to reach out to the.
We have an online
utility
question,
company.
I think.
Yes, we have an IG, Instagram live message or question to John by the user Furfavol. He asked, when helping a client transition the fleet, what's the first infrastructure detail you look at? Is it grid connection, charger type, or route logistics?
Oh, great question.
Whoa,
that's
a good question.
It's a good. I always lean to the grid connection and utility standpoint because that's going to be your longest lead time and understanding, because what this will drive is, do you have power availability at your location? And if you don't, how does that affect your route processing from there and your logistics? So if you're not going to be able to charge on site because you don't have the power or that doesn't work for you, then we start to look at route logistics. And then charger type to me is kind of that secondary. Once we understand how much power you have, what your route looks like, what vehicle types you're getting, then we can assess what kind of power, what kind of charger you need.
Yeah. Step by step, and that's part of it is whether it's business or whether it's personal at home, there is a step-by-step process, and I think that's something that there's the work that you're doing on behalf of fleets and commercial opportunities that way. Automakers are trying to figure out to do the same thing for their personal customers too. Yeah. We're seeing OEMs step in and they've tried to figure out what's the avenue by which you do this. Tesla's been doing it for years. They've kind of had a process for, okay, here's how you get a home charger, everything else. Some OEMs have finally just said, you know what, we're just going to do everything. Yep. If you buy a plug-in car from us, then we will just make sure that you have an electrician that comes by, assesses your breaker box, gets your charger installed. They're trying to remove those barriers of concern for those homeowners that have that option because, frankly, there is still so much to unpack.
Yeah, that might not be the most cost-effective route for everybody involved, but I mean, it's definitely better, especially in these early days when access to this type of information isn't as readily available. Yeah. It takes a lot of work and research to find out exactly what type of charger you need to install in your house, where to get it, which ones are the best and most reliable. So, you can see the reason that some dealers are taking that the brunt of that work off of the customer.
The dealers too. We were just talking with with Taylor from GreenCars, and they're from the Lithia Group. Is the dealers have never had to answer questions about the fill up ever. This is new to this is so new to them. And the beauty of it is and that when we were doing the training today at one of the Lithia showrooms, is I said when you're talking to a private owner, and this might be also, I mean, it's the same kind of a mindset I think might work for a commercial customer is just saying, well, asking them when they're saying I want to go electric, it's okay, where is your vehicle parked at night?
Yep.
And it's like, oh, is it a driveway or a garage? You might have an amazing experience with this. Whereas if they say, oh, we actually don't have a place to park our car at night, or if it's a fleet that says, yeah, we don't have any behind the fence stuff.
Yep.
You got to have the same type of conversation.
Yeah, and so kind of going back to one of your points that you just said, right, is like the dealership aspect. I was just on a call with the dealership a couple weeks ago, and they said, selling EVs is such a different world for fleets because I never knew I had to sell a gas station with a vehicle.
Well, right there, you just said it. It's about the fuel. It's not so much about the car.
It's not about the car because I think the car proves that most use cases are good. An EV is going to fit just fine.
Yep.
It's that fuel type, and how do I get that and those things. So like it's really helping train the dealers and help them, and that's a lot of what Shade does too. Is we have the ability because we were spun out of an actual dealer network out of Northern Iowa called Pritchard Companies.
Okay.
So our CEO has taken that vision of what does it mean to transition that business, and now we're there to kind of help walk through.
You've lived it.
We've lived it now.
That's
so
important.
I've deployed on behalf of dealerships meeting OEM requirements, right, so that they can become EV compliant so that they can then sell these commercial vehicles, which a lot of people don't know is that dealers have to go through this process of having chargers just to be able to sell the vehicle.
Exactly, yeah. It is that again, they've never had to sell the gas station, so now they're having to sell a fueling experience.
Yep.
And so it really is, it comes back to that being that glue of that. So, well, this has been informative. This has been great. I love hearing the detail of how comprehensive what you guys have as a service offers. For anybody that wants to find information on Shade, where do they find you?
Yeah, so I think you can find me on LinkedIn, just at John Lanham, but really go to commercialevs.com. That's our big location. We not only have the website, but we also have a resource center that we focus on because what our big kind of where we want to do is we want to meet every client at consideration, wherever that lines up in the ecosystem. If you're starting with charging, we have a place for you. If you're starting with the vehicle, we have a place for you. So really coming to commercialevs.com is the best place. and then you can get hooked up with any of our experts there.
So to summarize, the name of the company, Shade, the website to go to, commercialevs.com.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Perfect. Well, John, thank you so much for coming by. This was great. Again, if you're hearing our voices, a free T-shirt awaits you here at the EV Reality Check, powered by GreenCars.com. We're going to be chatting with folks from the industry throughout the entire day, dispelling myths and rumors, answering questions for all the things that might pop up. And if you have a personal question, feel free to come by, chat with us here, whether during a session or even after, and we're here to answer those questions. So, John, thanks again.
Thank you both. Appreciate it.
Trey, let's hear it. are live.
You know what's funny about that? You know who's asked about you the other day?
Who?
Nobody.
No All right. Well, hey, for those at home, and welcome back. This is Electrify Expo Glendale. We are in beautiful Arizona. It's sunny today. We've got a lot of people out for a Sunday, and we are at the EV Reality Check booth powered by GreenCars.com. And this booth is all about busting myths, busting the rumors, talking to people in the industry that have been working on EVs for a very long time to make it all happen. And really, it's a space to, again, create some community. Come on by. You can ask questions when we're having a session or afterwards. And the whole goal is, again, to create conversations. If you've got questions, we've got answers, and that's what this space is for. That's what Expo is all about. So my name is Matt Teske. I'm the founder and CEO of Chargeway. It is the best mobile app out there you can download for an EV. Once you add your car, it simplifies how you can find your chargers, how power levels work for your wait time. You can even plan road trips with it as well. So make sure to download that on iOS and Android today. But also today, I am joined once again by...
Yours truly. My name is Blake Aaron. I am a YouTuber, content creator, social media personality, known as Blake Check. I've been doing this for about 5 or so years, and I've owned electric vehicles and driven them here in Phoenix, Arizona for that entire time. So I know exactly what it's like to own an EV out here. So if you have specific questions about what it's like to own and drive an EV here in Arizona, happy to answer those questions. So we've got a mic set up for you. Go ahead and talk to Randy in the back if you'd like to ask a question. He's the guy with his hand up. But this is essentially just like a town square where we're all just unpacking those myths that you were talking about and really talking about what the reality is of owning an EV.
And so part of that is talking to people that have been on the front lines of EVs for basically, again, this is not something that's brand new. There's people who have been working on EVs for a very long time, years and decades. I've personally owned EVs for about 12, 13 years. I've been in automotive for 25 years. But EVs have been around, well, basically for a century, but they're really kind of coming to their own in the last 20 years. But there are organizations, especially on a state level, that have been really making things happen for EVs related to education, ride and drives, getting experience with vehicles, and that includes Drive Electric Arizona. We're joined today by John Martinson, the president of Drive Electric Arizona.
Thank you. Yes, and Peter Kuehlen over here in the park. He and I
Shout out, Peter.
Peter, you're off camera, but we see you. We love you.
We founded it together. So we started about 3 or 4 years ago as a chapter for the Electric Vehicle Association.
Okay.
And then we were given an opportunity for a federal grant through the Department of Energy and the Clean Cities Coalition. So, well, we had to create our own nonprofit. So
okay.
that was we created Drive Electric Arizona January 5th of last year.
Yeah, so, you know, I am very familiar with you guys. I called you guys my homies the other day, but, you know, it's once you get into an EV, one of the things you want to do, or if you're into cars, you probably want to find other people that are into the same cars that you're into so you can nerd out together. So that's what gravitated me towards you guys as Valley of the Sun Electric Vehicle Association and Drive Electric Arizona. You guys not sponsor, but you host a lot of public events where people can come to, gather, chat about stuff like that. It's almost like a micro version of the expo that's happening on a regular basis that's hosted by Drive Electric Arizona. So I personally am really appreciative of stuff like that.
So last year we participated in 50 events, and we did 9 ride and drives. This year we're doing 16 ride and drives. Statewide, so all over the state.
I think that's important too, because here at Expo, again, I mean, you think about Phoenix Metro, it's where everybody finds themselves saying, you know, that's Arizona. But the truth is, you could be up in Flagstaff, you could be down in Tucson. There's a variety of places where EV adoption is happening beyond Phoenix Metro, and that, to your point, you guys are covering that. So you did 50 events last year, you said?
50 events.
And how many were planned for this year?
We were primarily planning the ride and drive events.
Yeah.
So we're doing, I think we're doing 5 Indian reservations. We're doing the major cities around the state. So
what's cool about those
we
ride
have
and drive events, and what's cool about Drive Electric Arizona in general, is that they're entirely volunteer based. And so
That's
these
correct.
ride and drive events are all just members of the public. Actually, last year I did one of those ride and drive events, and it's just people bringing their cars and trusting members of the public to drive them around and check them out. So there's really no pressure to buy a certain car. It's really for the public. If you're interested in a particular electric vehicle, it might be at one of these events, and you would have an opportunity then to go get in it, check it out, and just see if it fits with you without the pressure of maybe a salesperson trying to pitch that vehicle to you.
Yeah.
So what we do is everything we do is from private donations, sponsorships, and grant money. And I have to say, SRP has been our #1 sponsor.
So SRP,
Right on.
SRP is the homie.
We were just talking to SRP, and they were talking about how they are trying to, close that gap between themselves and their customers and really start to make that relationship a little more personal. And that's something that's going to be a requirement as we move towards electrification of vehicles, is that relationship between our utility companies and the customer is going to have to get closer so that we can be a little more informed and be a little more intentional on our energy use.
Well, I think it's important to point out is, again, the different stakeholders that exist in the state of Arizona that have been working hard, again, either individually or collectively. And to your point about SRP being a good partner, we just had a conversation about it is about the fill-up experience and filling up with electricity. And that seems to be like kind of a theme that always pops up at Expo, is that the electrification part of it is the car is there, or the micromobility is there, but that fill-up is important, and the utility plays such a vital role in that. So the fact that they're supporting an organization such as yours, that seems like without that, it would be a lot harder, I would assume.
Yes, it would be. It would be. So my first EV, just for anybody who is interested, was a 1999 General Motors EV1.
I was going to say, I'm assuming it's a Saturn. Yeah, that's. You said that was your first one. That was 1999?
Well, it was a 1999 model. I bought it I leased it in 2000. Yeah.
So you were part of the crew that basically had your vehicles that they were leased and they got taken away from you.
Yes.
Well, again, that's interesting. For those who know the history of EVs, long ago there was an experience that happened, which was the first electric car that was commercialized that people fell in love with was, again, the GM Saturn EV1. You are a proud owner of one of those, so you've seen how it went from this is happening to all of a sudden there was a pullback and you couldn't have your vehicle anymore. No one else had EVs on the market.
Right.
And that was a nice gap of 10 more years.
I'm not sure that's technically true, because the Electric Vehicle Association started in the 1960s. There was a bunch of electric engineers converting their vehicles over to EV.
Commercialized EVs on the market.
Well, I understand, but I think Chevy had a truck. Weren't there?
The Chevy loved electric. Yeah.
So there were a few out there. There weren't, and the EV1 was an experiment.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
And only 700 of them were sold. They say it's mass market. Well, I don't know if that's exactly mass market.
Yeah, without a comma, it's not mass market. Yeah. But it made waves. It did. There were national ads that were made about the fact that this vehicle existed, and I think that the challenge that enthusiasts, again, that's the thing, is automotive enthusiasts that wanted the vehicles back then, you had that window into it, but then you had to wait for a higher volume vehicle again for years.
Yeah, we like to think of ourselves as early adopters here in today's modern age, and to some respect we are. We're still kind of early to the game, but really none of this would have happened if the interest wasn't formulated in those formative years back in the early 2000s, right?
So just so you know, I drove that EV1 as my sole car for 3 years. Yeah. There were chargers in the valley. There must have been 5 or 6 of them around the valley, and I never needed to go
You remember what the 0 to 60 was on that thing?
Pardon me?
You remember what the 0 to 60 was on that thing?
It was fun.
About 5.5.
Hey, you know what? I asked that question as a joke, but that's actually pretty impressive.
And actually, I gave up a Porsche to lease that car, and the Porsche did 0 to 60 in 5.6 seconds. So
that's perfect. It's like, and this is faster. No, but to your point, again, even the evidence of that vehicle worked for you for driving around in the Phoenix area, and that was 25 years ago, 25 years ago.
Right.
And even the public infrastructure that was in its fledgling days back then, you didn't even have to utilize because I'm assuming as a homeowner you were charging at home most of the time.
Right. I charged at home. And when they came to pick up my EV1, they wanted to take the charger, which I paid cash for, and I said,
"Oh no,
you're not having
Please
this."
tell me, dude, you have to
still have it?
I still have it.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Well, no, we're talking about the history of EVs right now. Something like Expo has now been in market for, again, we're talking 4 or 5 years. It's grown to being a nationwide event. But the only reason Expo is here is because of the process that has happened for development over time. Yep. And EV1 is known as basically that is where the modern era of EVs really first got its moment. But then it was this kind of like skip and jump start to get it to be truly mainstream, which is really what we've been seeing now in the last 15 years.
Yeah.
Can we segue the conversation a little bit too?
Sure.
What do you drive now? I want to talk about like the progression, or let's talk about the progression
so
from EV1 to what you're currently driving.
My primary vehicle today is a Rivian R1T.
There you go.
I knew that answer. I just wanted him to talk a little bit about the dynamic of like EV1 to Rivian R1S, like, or R1T, sorry.
Yes.
What's that been like?
Peter has an R1S.
Yeah, you've got the R1.
I need the R1T primarily to take all the equipment we have to all of our events. But we also have horses, and I got it for hauling hay and hauling a horse trailer.
Well, that's the beauty of it, because the EV1 back in the day, the maximum range that was EPA rated on that was less than 100 miles. It was really, again, it was
70 miles on the EV1.
And
that's
that
all I needed.
Well, right. Again, as we often
that's all most people need, even today. But
we often talk about how it's just we don't drive hundreds and hundreds of miles a day, but Americans and how they buy their cars, it is a window into mobility freedom.
Yep.
And to have access to higher, longer distance vehicles is very, very important, but that is then combined with how the fill-up works as well away from home.
Yep.
So, but as homeowners know, such as yourself, who've been driving EVs for, again, 25 plus years, that is just not the case that you need to be thinking about it away from home as much.
Right. I think range anxiety is a state of mind. It's
That's very true.
So
we should talk a little bit about range.
my wife and I road trip, and we took her Tesla Model X. 2 summers ago, we went from Scottsdale to St. John's, Newfoundland.
There you
With
go.
a round trip, so it was a loop rather than the out and back.
So it is possible to go on road trips in electric
Absolutely.
vehicles. Oh, okay.
Absolutely, and it's easy.
Yeah.
Well,
That's the fun part is the technology and where it's gotten to. It's people hear things like, for example, they'll hear things like, oh, if I'm charging at home, it's overnight, and people immediately jump to the conclusion of, well, that's too long. But in reality, if you have a vehicle like a Tesla or your EV6 or your Rivian, these are vehicles that have the ability to get back on the road in 20 to 30 minutes on a highway stop.
Yeah, it does require some additional planning. We'll be real, and we'll say that you do need to know where to go, and there are apps, other resources at your disposal that will help you do that, like Chargeway for one. But you also should probably get to know your car a little bit. I'm sure that's part of the buying process for any vehicle, whether it's gas or electric, is you need to do your research, right? But you should also be familiar with how far your car can go.
So one of the things that we do is we have, for our organization, we do a rally every month. So we invite our members to come, people who are looking at EVs, and we meet, we talk for about an hour and a half, and then we go on a drive together. And sometimes we go up to Flagstaff, and sometimes we go to Tucson. But if you're a new owner of an EV and you want to go out of town and you're not ready, come with us.
Go with some friends.
Drive Electric Arizona will hold your hand through the entire drive.
Yes, we
They'll
will.
point you exactly to which charge stops are going to be most ideal for you and your drive. I mean, I've done those drives with you guys, and it really is almost like a toured, like guided experience. If you haven't been on an EV road trip before, that's a good example or a good way to do it.
I think that what we're talking about is again, it's that getting your feet wet, right? So something like Expo is a chance to get behind the wheel of a variety of cars for that moment that maybe sells you on one of them. And if you decide to say, I'm going to take the plunge and get that electric car, but that experience of saying, I can go and have a communal experience. I'm not going to go on this road trip alone and have to figure it out. You can go chat with folks and go on literally like a rally, like you said, and go somewhere on a road trip, see something, the beautiful part of the state like Flagstaff, but you have the comfort of having people around you that also have the experience.
And 2 weeks ago, we held our first off-road ride and drive.
Oh, okay, how'd this go?
8 Rivians, a Ford F-150 Lightning, and a Subaru Solterra.
Oh, yeah,
and we
it's
went
all-wheel
out.
drive.
And if anybody's here used to going on, off-road trips, we went up to Sheep's Bridge, which was a pretty rough road. I mean, I'm not sure that the Solterra made it without damage.
I was gonna say that's an adventurous trip for a vehicle like a Solterra, maybe.
But we took 2 drivers who had never driven an EV before, and they had a chance to drive a Rivian off-road.
Oh,
so
there you go. Well, so what you're describing too is, again, events like Expo are meant to create a kind of a one-stop shop for a lot of these aspects that people can see on a grand scale on a weekend. But what Drive Electric Arizona is providing is an ongoing resource to customers and consumers in the state that are having these questions that can be answered here, for example, at Expo, at the EV Reality Check booth. But the resource they have that's local, that's always here, is what you provide.
What was that?
It's what you provide. It's a resource that's always here. It's not just something that's, again, this is a big splash, right? Yep. Expo is a way to get to see a lot, but there's something about the personal relationship you can forge with owners locally.
I feel like, that's something that's been, super valuable to me, is just the community around electric vehicles, both for just creating like this content stuff that I do on YouTube, and just also answering questions that I didn't even know I had about electric vehicles. I'm learning something new at every one of these events, and you know, I love cars and I like to nerd out, and these are really good opportunities to get with other people that feel the same way that I do about electric vehicles.
So you have a Rivian, but your wife has a
She has a Model X.
Model X.
I also have a 2018 Tesla Model 3 Performance that came with free charging.
You're not getting rid of that guy.
As long as I have it, so I'll never get rid of it. And our daughter drives a Ford Mustang Mach-E.
So as an electric car family, you're living out the experience on a daily basis, but you're part of the history of the fact that it started years ago that has gotten us to here. What is your, again, as we close out the conversation, I'd like to ask you, what is your favorite thing about what you've seen here at Expo today in all the history that you've seen in electric vehicles?
I think the most exciting things I've seen here are all the models that are out there. You know,
all the new stuff.
The Stellantis vehicles, which I had not seen, the Lucid Gravity, made in Arizona.
Yeah.
The new Lucid SUV that's out there, really cool car.
And you know, all the vehicles that are. I think that's the most exciting thing for me as a
product diversity, because you've been waiting. You've been buying those ones over the years that you could have that one option, and now, at your point, the diversity is important because it gets more people into EVs.
Yep.
What was that?
The diversity is important because it gets more people into EVs.
Absolutely.
I think we've got one
There's
question
an EV
online
for
that we want
everybody.
to answer before we close it out.
We got a question online here.
You want to borrow my mic?
A question online.
Here we go.
Thanks for that, Blake. So on Instagram Live by username Brian Corso. Do you know who Brian Corso is?
No.
Okay, it says, I love your hat, by the way, John.
It's awesome.
His question is, looking back, do you think range anxiety was ever real for you or more of a learning curve?
Well, range anxiety was more a thing for me when I was driving a gas car. You know, you'd be driving out in the middle of the desert and it'd say last gas station 300 miles or something like that. But I've never had any range anxiety.
Okay, I'll say that I have. I'll be brave. You know what? This is the thing. It's like, as a EV content creator and, you know, somebody that's been driving electric for a few years, it's almost taboo to talk about range anxiety. But, you know, it's a real concern that people have, and we should address it and say that, you know, sometimes those are valid concerns.
It's a very valid concern.
But the thing that you can do in order to, you know, push some of those anxieties aside and get past that is to do the planning ahead of time, do your research, like I was saying, you know the limits of your car and just plan the route ahead of time. And there are plenty of apps that will help do that for you in a convenient and user-friendly way.
When you talk about limits, there was this one trip, right?
Okay.
And a friend of mine and I, who's a member of the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community, and I, back in 2019, took my Model 3 to visit all 21 Indian reservations in the state of Arizona. And we were coming back, you know, through the Vermilion Cliffs. There was no charger at there, and then the nearest charger was Flagstaff, and it was whittling down. Yeah. And eventually the car said, okay, you got to slow down. Got to go down to, 50, and then it was 45, and then it was 30, but we made it. Yep. So, I trust the car.
The technology's improved that it actually can help you along the way. It actually advises you on how to make the trip. Yep. I think the most important detail, too, is that electricity as a fuel, electricity is kind of everywhere. Right. I mean, gas stations, they are on locations like street corners and on highways, but if you ever look at a satellite view of the United States at night, all that light, that's where electric fuel awaits you. I mean, that's a visibility. To me, that's some visibility into where you can actually fill up. So it's not that you don't have access to it. We described. It's like you need to know how to have visibility into where it's located.
So one other bit of advice to people, and that is that I run a Facebook group called EV Road Trippers.
Okay.
I got 9,200 members. We don't allow videos or selling things or personal blogs. Sorry, but what we do have is a lot of EV owners who are road trippers that are happy to help anybody.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
That's a great resource. So I guess closing out, how do people find information about Drive Electric Arizona?
So. We have a booth here.
All right. If you're here at the show,
the
booth
booth
is
306.
Booth 306, just down the way.
And It's our website is driveelectricaz.org.
Okay, perfect.
I would also recommend, if you're on Facebook, check out all of the Facebook groups that Drive Electric Arizona and Valley of the Sun Electric Vehicle Association host. There are a ton of them, like EV Road Trippers, like you were just saying. They post about all of the events that are going to be coming up here in the near future on those sites.
Well, John, thank you so much for joining us today. I mean, I'm going to say it. You're a pioneer. That's what it is. No, seriously, and and the reason why events like Expo exist and these products that people are getting to drive today exist is because there were people like you that were buying EVs again years and years ago, showing the public and showing the industry that this is something that consumers do want and they can fall in love with. So I got to say thank you so much for what you've done over the years, and thank you for Drive Electric Arizona for being a resource here to people locally.
Thank you, John. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. All right, Trey, let's hear it. Hello, hello, and welcome back. This is Electrify Expo Glendale. It is a beautiful day here in Arizona, and you are listening to the EV Reality Check booth powered by GreenCars.com. If you can hear my voice, a free t-shirt awaits you here at the EV Reality Check, so feel free to swing by. And make sure to check out GreenCars.com. If you are shopping for an EV, it's a great way to compare a lot of different vehicles, get a sense of which one might be best for you. So here at the EV Reality Check booth, why we're here is basically to have an open conversation with people from the industry, for attendees to ask questions, and also hear what's going on, because there's a lot going on. And we're dispelling myths and rumors, but also talking about some really cool tech that's making the industry possible. So my name is Matt Teske. I am the founder and CEO of Chargeway. Chargeway is the best mobile app you can download for EV charging. If you have an EV, download it, add your car. You can plan road trips. It makes it super simple to see where all the public charging is for your car and makes it really easy to use. And throughout today, we're going to be joined by different guests from the industry that are basically making it happen for things that may not even be on your radar for, oh, that's possible. And so I'm now joined by Victor Atlasman from Watt EV. Victor, good to have you here.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Well, so what you've been working on for a while now, and I think what's been behind the scenes is people always have the question of, so how is charging improving? People, again, they hear that, oh, charging takes too long, or you can't charge a truck, or, well, that's not entirely true now, is it?
Yeah, it's an excellent question. You could have always charged a truck. You could always charge a vehicle. The question is how fast can you do it?
Exactly. So, well, what have you been working on, and what is it you have here in your hand that actually I think most people probably have never seen before?
So for those of you that know me in the industry, I've always been pursuing the fastest type of charging you can ever do. And what I'm holding in my hand allows that to happen. It's known as the Megawatt charging. And this is the Megawatt charging standard inlet. And this is the first in the world right now that's out there released. And the standard's being finalized right now. And that allows you to charge in under half hour. And you're talking about a Class A truck, not a standard vehicle.
That's the catch, right? It's like we're talking, oh, it's a half hour of charging, but that inlet that's on a truck, for example, is going to be charging a battery that is 8 times the size of a battery that's in like a Model S, right? I mean, that's what we're talking about.
But that's the thing. I mean, you've seen videos recently, for example, BYD or Lucid, for example, being able to charge at 400 kilowatts plus a megawatt plus.
Yep.
The only way you can get over 700 kilowatts of charging is with this inlet. So don't be surprised if you start to see this in passenger vehicles such as those, not just trucks.
That will be something that I think is, again, one thing that we talk about all the time is, you know, like which station works for me, what plug does my car have, things like that. This was developed for medium and heavy duty originally in the sense that it was Daimler, Freightliner, other major trucking companies are saying, if we're going to go electric, we got to have the right tech that feeds the beast. So that's what this was for. But you're saying this is going to start to translate down into light duty inevitably, you think?
Yeah, so let's rewind about 17 years ago, about when I got my start. And back in the day, so I worked for a company which is still around today known as Blink. But Blink had many iterations, many different faces. And they were the first company to put out DC fast charging stations. And because CCS wasn't a thing, it was Chatamo. Do you know what Chatamo is?
Oh, yeah. So, again, if, in my world of defining plug types, so this is the fun part, is there's Chatamo, there's CCS, there's now NACS, which was originally Tesla, there's J1772, and there's also now MCS. All of that navigating is obviously a lot to unpack, but Chatamo was originally developed, again, the Japanese companies said, look, we're bringing Leaf to market. We got to have something that will charge us up fast. And Chatamo, actually, it means, literally the phrase in Japanese is time for tea. Yes. Because they said, okay, it's got to be something that allows you to get back on the road. And what's fast? Well, they said, well, tea's fast, so it's got to be time for tea.
And that's exactly right. But as we've seen in the transition in the last couple of years, obviously you were talking about NACS, but it's interesting that you say the Tesla standard, because NACS and the Tesla standard are actually different. Back in the day when it came out with version 1 of CCS, it was originally for 400-volt architecture. Then you started to see towards 800-volt architecture, max of 1,000 volts, and Tesla was designed for the 400.
Exactly, yeah. So what's funny about that is that this is where even with the people that are getting access to superchargers from their cars, for example, Tesla opening up their supercharger network is a big deal because there's a lot of companies out there that said, we want to have reliable infrastructure for our customers, so access to superchargers was important, but when they get that adapter, it's not every supercharger that they can access because of things like software protocols and voltage and things like that.
Oh, you're a nerd now, and you're talking my language. So
oh, yeah, we can go all day, baby.
Yeah, and so actually, that's a good point. Let's nerd out a little bit. So it was originally CAN communication for the old Tesla superchargers, and then they moved it over to what's known as PLC, power line communication. And actually, the MCS cable is going to go towards what's called 10 base T1S, which is an Ethernet-based
So for you kids at home, those acronyms and all that. So this is important, though, is understanding the access of the charger you can use is fundamental, not even just based on the plug shape, but also based on what's going on behind the scenes for how the car communicates with the charger. That's essentially what we're saying, right?
Yeah, but not just the evolution of the communication itself, but in terms of the voltages. So what we're talking about is MCS is actually designed to go past the 1,000-volt architecture on CCS and goes towards 1,500 volts DC. Not only that, what I'm holding in my hand is designed for 3,000 amps. It's insane.
So if we're ever talking amps and volts, people always say, like, what's the difference there? So one is basically like, again, it's how much power is coming in and how much power can be let through, essentially, right? And the combination of that, we often hear that translates into kilowatts. So at the end of the day, what a kilowatt means is, okay, how fast can you fill up? That's really what kilowatt translates to in the most general sense for people that aren't engineers, right?
Yeah, so let's actually talk about kilowatts as an example. So back in the day when EV charging started coming out, those DC fast chargers were 50 kilowatts. Now you start to see, like Electrify America and all the Tesla superchargers, you see between 250 to 350 kilowatts. You're starting to see some 400 kilowatts. We're talking about 3,000 kilowatts. Now, mind you, a typical home, or at least an average amount of homes.
This is always the best example. How much is your home using?
So a transformer that is known as a 50 kVA, or just for simplicity, 50 kilowatt feeds 8 homes. And we're talking about 3,000 kilowatts.
So imagine, 50 kilowatt, that's powering 8 houses.
Yes.
And so, okay, 8 houses, they have their power for lighting, AC, running the washer, dryer, TVs on, all that kind of stuff. That's 8 homes. That's 50 kilowatts one time over. So when these chargers first came out, again, we're talking 10, 15 years ago, we're talking a single 50 kilowatt charger, but then if you put 4 of them side by side, so that's not 8 houses, that's 32 houses. If 4 cars pull up and they're all pulling the juice.
At the same time.
At the same time, that's 32 houses. But you're not talking 50 kilowatt, you're talking 3,000 kilowatt. So translation, quick math, how many houses is that? I mean, that's
quick math,
50 times 600 times. Yeah, it's a lot. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of homes.
So you ever notice back in the day when you turn on the microwave, the lights dim? Imagine plugging a car in and the whole city dims.
Right.
Well, that's not the case. So the example I want to bring up is what Watt EV actually has 3 megawatt chargers deployed in Bakersfield, California.
This is cool. So it's not just about, so we hear the conversation of like, you guys are talking about a lot of power. You just said 8 homes, 1 fast charger, 50. There's Electrify America is a good example. They'll have a station that has 8 350 kilowatt chargers. You start doing the math against that for how many homes that powers. That's where people immediately say, wait a minute. So the grid has to power that, right?
That's right.
But what you've deployed in Bakersfield is the proof of the pudding is if you have stationary storage, so if you've got batteries somewhere that can store that energy, then all of a sudden you're not straining the grid as much as you're leveraging clean energy and technology.
So exactly as you were saying, we don't want to have a car sit there for 8 hours plus just keep charging. The whole point is you charge up quick and going. And so by deploying battery energy storage, you have the ability to pack a lot of energy like a water tower. Water and electricity are the best analogy.
Yeah.
They don't mix well, but they're great analogies. What you're doing is you're storing all that energy in a battery, and then when the vehicle needs it, you just dump all that energy at once into it, and you don't have to worry about your lights dimming. And the cream of the crop for Bakersfield is it's completely islanded. What that means is it's actually not hooked up to the utility,
right?
And it's completely run purely by solar.
So we're talking about extreme fast charging in every sense of the words, but it's not being powered by a grid, so it's not straining the grid to do this. You're leveraging battery technology to store the energy, and you're leveraging that gigantic reactor that's floating up in the sky to power up a solar system to get that energy into those batteries that then, bang, you can use that to fill up a truck.
That's exactly. And the whole thing is about solving the chicken and an egg problem. We want to be able to charge trucks, specifically in our applications, as quickly as we can so we can keep them up and running. And the whole point is how do we get that energy? And by deploying the solar, the battery energy storage, and don't need much power from the grid at all. In fact, we don't have any. It's like I mentioned, it's an island. Makes it the largest in the country. And guess what? We're building an even larger one to support this.
Okay, so I guess that's the question. You've got one deployed. Timeline, what does it take to deploy a site like that to get it up and running? And also, how much stationary storage do you need to have compared to where the sun shines, like here in Arizona or California, you got a lot of it. How do you deploy something like that, let's say, up in the Northwest where I am in Oregon and Washington?
Yeah, actually, that's an excellent point. I mean, between Bakersfield, California, Arizona, you have plenty of sun. So you have to look at alternative solutions. In some instances, you do have to work with the utility. You also have alternative sources as natural gas.
Or hydro even, like up in the Northwest. We got tons of hydro, yeah. Well, that's an important piece of the puzzle is that at the end of the day, if you can store the energy and you can ensure that you have other avenues by which you can create the energy, that's the end game, right?
And so to answer your question about how long it takes to do that, it becomes cookie cutter at that point and a math problem. You know how many solar panels you need, you know how much sun you get in a day, you know how many vehicles you need to charge, and all you have to do is just say, I need X number of batteries, I need X number of solar panels, and you just deploy it. Sacramento, California, the deployment for Watt EV there is going to be the largest in the entire world.
So let's talk large. Like, so the one in Bakersfield was, again, how much stationary storage do you have there?
Currently, it's 3 megawatt hours of storage, which is small.
Yeah.
It's a trial. Right now, it's a demo. But you're talking about it is 114 acres of property, and it's designed for 25 megawatts of solar.
That's huge.
Yeah, so think about it. Most operations happens during the day, and so a lot of the charging will occur during that time. And what we need to do to expand the site is just add more batteries when we need the capacity. Today, the capacity is not needed, but it's designed for it.
But that's a good point, is that one thing that people that are new to all of this conversation, and this is at scale, we're talking commercial, but this literally can be distilled down into a single home as well. Like, I have solar and home batteries at my house.
Oh, another one of my favorite subjects, so microgrids.
Yeah.
And so microgrids are essential to support the utility. Example of Texas as an example, where the power generation happened south of Texas and couldn't make it up north, ended up causing blackouts on the north side.
Right.
And by setting up these microgrids, you're able to allocate energy throughout the different areas in the state and make sure you don't lose power in an essence where you have like a natural disaster or something like that. You can still provide power.
I think that's going to be. I think energy ownership and how you like interface with energy is going to be so important basically in the 21st century, because we haven't had to for a century. Once we had the Industrial Revolution and we all said, okay, we can burn stuff, and now we can make electricity by burning stuff. We just kind of casually gotten into that mix, and that's what we've known for decades. But with electrification, and what Expo is showing is it's not just the vehicles, it's how we power those vehicles. And at the end of the day, I think that is still the most important factor that people need to learn about.
And it's also getting easier and more cost-effective to do that. I am promising you in 5 years from now, you're going to see a whole revolution change in the way electricity is delivered to electric vehicles.
Well, delivery and storage, battery tech continues to improve. I will never forget. So, I mean, I'm a car guy. I've been in the automotive industry for 25 years. I cut my teeth wrenching on turboed kits like back in the 90s. I remember one time I was wrenching on my car, and my dad came into the garage. We're just chatting it up. He's an engineer. And he said, by the way, in your lifetime, whoever makes the best battery is going to win.
And that's the thing. I like to use this phrase. We're in the plasma TV phase right now of battery technology.
Okay, all right.
So they were heavy, they were expensive, and you're going to start seeing thinner TVs, or rather thinner batteries, a lot more energy, a lot more performance, better costing. We're just at the beginning here.
Well, and so with the technology of charging, at the end of the day, I think the fact that we can get it to the speeds we're talking about is where there's a comfort zone for people to say, if I do need that fast fill up, I have access to it. But it's that down the pipeline of all the other opportunities for where and how they can charge. They just need to know how it fits into their life. So I think that's what we've proven, is that it could be as slow as plugging into a 110 outlet. If it works, it works. But this is now an option for saying it's going to be something that you can get back on the road, lickety-split.
So another analogy I like to give when it comes to how long it takes to charge, the general answer I give is 8 seconds. And why is it 8 seconds? Like, why does it take 8 seconds? Let me ask you this question. How long does it take to charge your phone? You usually plug it in at night. You wake up, it's full. You don't know if it took 2 hours, 8 hours. And that's the same thing about electric vehicles. You plug in at home, assuming you can plug in at home, and you're done when you wake up in the morning.
I've heard that analogy a lot, and I will say I'm going to counter it. Because
let's hear it.
So part of what I've done in marketing in my career is marketing communications, and I think that when we say that, I get it. It's like, set it, forget it. Plug it in, took me 8 seconds, and my car is full when I wake up, for example. I think the challenge is that the general public, they hear things like that, and they take it at face value. And I've had one guy said to me finally, he said, I hear what you're saying. He's like, okay, I get it. The process of me plugging in my car takes seconds. I get it. Just like my phone. He's like, but when I'm at a gas station, the process for me to put the nozzle into my car also takes 8 seconds. I don't care about that part. I care about when I'm full and I can go. And I think as an industry, we need to be careful about that.
Yeah, let's counter that, because you're going home anyway. You have to take a detour to get to the gas station.
Sure.
And assuming that you're not waiting on a Costco line to fill up on the gas pump.
Right.
And then the cumulative time that you're going to spend at a gas pump is nothing compared to the amount of time you're going to spend at a DC fast charger. This is if you have a charger at home. Now,
Correct.
The issue that we have to break through is having DC fast charging stations abundant throughout there,
right.
As well as quick enough that it counters the time that you're spending at a gas pump.
Yeah, homeowners, homeowner, you probably charge at home all the time.
That's right.
That's what I do. We are spoiled. Again, but that's the fun part of EVs and people that are coming to expos. And in fact, talking to BJ that founded the expo, he talked about this before this year's shows. He said, homeowners are something that we really need to sure we're tapping into, is to say, look, if you do have a place where you park your car at night, garage, driveway, you are so lucky because 95 to maybe 100% of your fill-ups are at home. But as you pointed out, it's that other 50% of the United States of America that says, I don't have that luxury. Like, how do I know how to fit this into my life in a way that isn't 8 seconds, but what is the true charging time? And that's where something like MCS is changing the game.
Yeah, and kind of combining what we talked about earlier between the infrastructure, the utilities being able to charge battery packs, a combination of solar, you're going to start to see a lot faster charging stations, especially like the Lucid Gravity being able to do 400 kilowatts. That's insane.
That's awesome.
That's absolutely
well,
insane.
like you're pointing out, it's like if you just date back a decade, even a decade, it's just that was such a pipe dream for people to be like, can you imagine if a car could do that? And now we're already having that technology. The ramp at which it's improving is incredible.
It's the tip of the iceberg. That's what I'm telling you. In 5 years, you're going to see this change.
Well, that's the thing is that the beauty of technology adoption is that as we continue to iterate on how we improve things, whether it's battery cost, energy density, charging speed, all this relates back to customer experience. And that is going to be fundamental to EV success over time.
Number one, actually, words out of my mouth. Number one is customer experience. You want to be able to have a seamless, and that's where some charging providers, for example, you just plug in the auto charge and it just starts charging.
That's
You don't have to finick with a credit card, a membership card, an app on a phone. As long as you plug in and it's reliable, your customer experience is bar none.
No, and companies like Tesla, they proved out that if you use software the right way and you simplify the experience, even if someone pulls up, plugs in, and the screen pops up and says, come back in 20 minutes, it's like, yeah, because I'm going to go grab a coffee and I got to go to the bathroom. Make it so they see how it fits into their life. And I think that's what we're seeing is the improvement on not just the technology of charging, but even the software side of it for how we communicate that.
Actually, and that's a good point. So I sit in a couple different committees, one of which is the software for figuring out how do we do auto charge. Charin is one of them. SEEJ3271 is another one.
Wow, that was quick. Okay, so what he's referring to, plug and charge. So
Yep.
basically anything that relates to you pull your car up, it's the whatever network it is, you can plug your car in, and the car communicates with the charger and says, you're good to go. No card, no app, no nothing.
And that's a piece of the puzzle. So the
Yeah.
standard is out there already. It's a matter of now having all the OEMs play together.
Oh,
and
they don't
figure
like
it
to
out.
play. What are you talking
So,
about?
And so actually, fun fact, I have quite a lot of YouTube videos. A lot of them is with Kyle Connor from Out of Spec Reviews.
Yeah.
And if you look up like NXU, for example, unfortunately, company's not around anymore. But if you look up, you'll see actually I'm the first one to charge the Tesla. Actually, Tesla Semi, as well as the Cybertruck. And so the issue with the Cybertruck is it tried to comply with NACS, the latest standard, but it didn't follow the rules. And there's a video of me actually charging, explaining why it doesn't follow the rules and how we figure it out. So there's two sides of it. Two have to dance. So sometimes you have a vehicle that goes up to a charging station and it just simply doesn't work, but it's not the charging station's fault.
Right, yeah.
It's because there's the vehicle side that's still trying to figure out, I don't follow the standard. I have to figure out how to communicate. And there's still going to be these learning curves that occur in the future, but we're going to get to a point that it becomes seamless. The customer experience.
It's
just
about a
gonna excel.
collaborative effort. Again, part of it too is it's the teaching the old dog new tricks, right? We've got companies like Tesla, Rivian, Lucid, and others who've come into the market as these are tech companies as much as they are automotive companies. And the legacy auto brands, they are weeding through I got to figure out software conversation internally. And so it's going to be time is showing that they're getting better at that, but that communication and that collaboration is going to be fundamental to customer success and EV success.
Let's talk about the wrench. So when they transition to the NACS, which is J3400.
So for those, it's the Tesla Shapey plug.
Yeah.
In Chargeway, it's the red plug. If you want a Sesame Street version of it.
Yeah, and essentially it threw a wrench in everything because now you have
Yeah.
vehicles with different charging plug standards.
Yep.
And now you need adapters, and all adapters are not rated the same.
Nope, that's true. Again, that's a very important piece too. Is don't just go to Amazon and buy your adapter. You really need to listen to what your OEM is saying, or go and look at what other customer groups are doing. Again, on Facebook, things like that. They can even talk to you about the adapters that they have that are certified.
Yeah, and the recommendation in terms of certification, make sure it has that UL tag
UL,
on there.
UL, baby.
And
We have a question from the.
Yes, thank you. We have a question on Instagram Live by user sbeaver_23. He asks, do you think megawatt charging could become as common as a gas station in the next 10 years?
Oh, 10. I'm saying 5 years. It is going to be absolutely the most common plug that you see, especially for long freight vehicles. I'd probably say class 3 and up. Our focus on my side is class 8 going down.
I would say for medium duty, heavy duty vehicles, class 8, it is going to become the standard. I think for light duty vehicles, to your point about the thing about now we're talking with NACS and compatibility and adapters and everything else. Translating that from MCS to a CCS to a NACS, that is going to be a complicated process that we need to make sure.
NACS can't do megawatt.
That's what. Yeah, it's like we have a lot that a driver will say, I bought this car. Where can I go with confidence? And that's something that as an industry we got to do a very good job of simplifying.
Yeah, and actually, you brought up a good point when it comes to route planning, as an example.
Yeah.
You need to make sure that when you approach a charging station, that it actually is operable, that it's functional. And so that is one of my questions for you. Actually, is how do you give the confidence to the consumer that their experience when they show up to a charging station?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's one thing. Is at the end of the day, it's so the networks that exist in the field. Some of them manage their assets, and some of them don't. Like some of them sell their assets to people that want to have the charging. And I think we were weeding out the customer experience based on the business model, and that's been something that's been happening for 10 years. However, at the same time, too, something like Chargeway, for example, our goal is to say you can see the entire kingdom, every network in a holistic way, and once you've added your car, we're only going to forward you to stations on road trip planning, for example, that are stations that match your plug type, even if it's based on software. We're not going to, for example, if you turn on your supercharger adapter and you're a Mach-E driver, we're not going to show you a supercharger that is not software compatible to you. It's only going to be the ones that you can use with your adapter. All those factors combined then come back to what's the real-time status. Chargeway has more real-time status for any collective app for EV charging than anything out there.
Yeah, so let's nerd out. So you're saying you're tapped into the OCPP network, essentially, showing exactly as the chargers communicate out to the world, the cloud, say, hey, here I am, I'm alive, I'm currently charging or not charging, I can go this fast. And basically when I show up to a charger, I know I'm not going to spend 3 hours there, I'm just going to spend a half hour there.
That's the important part, right, is what's your vehicle's capability and how does that communicate to the charger's capability. What Chargeway does is it simplifies all that down into what you want to know, which is what you said, wait time. And it translates that into colors for plugs, numbers for powers, and it makes it simple.
So what I'm saying here is you're going to start seeing MCS sprinkled out throughout the country, and you're going to start seeing that pop up in the app. And as vehicles start having MCS inlets in them, you're going to start seeing matching to charging stations.
Exactly.
That can charge that.
Yeah.
Therefore, you're going to be able to charge up in less than 15 minutes and get to where you need to go.
There you go. And again, and Chargeway will be ready for that. Again, we'll just add another color to the system.
Yeah. And so I'm going to nerd out a little bit. I'm going to do a little bit of a plug here. So when it comes to megawatt charging, it's something I've been working on for a long time. And my claim to fame, regardless of what's going on in the world in terms of demonstrating fast charging, when you Google megawatt charging and you hit that video button, I still come up as the #1
You're
video.
numero uno. You're the one that people go to and say that's how I understand it.
And so it's an hour-long video, and I go through the process explaining how is megawatt power designed in terms of delivery, production, and how it's received by the battery.
So the work you're doing is you're doing the Lord's work, Victor. I mean, so you're getting the information out there. Well, again, from my perspective, is once that is becoming more ubiquitous, that's where we can translate that like through something like Chargeway into what's the user experience based on that technology. So keep doing what you're doing, and I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing.
Keep doing it.
So anything, okay, for closing out, how do people find you? Again, for more information about Watt EV, for example, or just, again, that YouTube video, how do people find you?
So my recommendation is LinkedIn. It's my preference for platform. And about every week, I post about here's what's going on in the industry. And I nerd out. It's nerd level 1000 over there. And so it's explaining in technical terms of what's going on in the standards, what's going on with the utility, what's going on just in the general space in the electric vehicle market, whether it's Class 8 trucks or passenger vehicles. That LinkedIn is the place. Find my name, Victor Atlasman.
There you go, Victor Atlasman. Find him on LinkedIn. Cool. So, Victor, thank you so much. Again, what you're describing is the iterations of the technology and how fast it's gotten to where it's at today, but it's still improving. It's still going to be getting better, and it's going to be in market fast. And that's the point.
And I'll tell you one more thing, and I have to thank some of the audience that's over here. It's all about collaboration, and we can't do it without the support of each other over here. And there's a lot of people here in the audience that I have to thank on helping making it happen.
That's exactly it. It's industry collab. It's OEMs. It's utilities. It's the engineers. It's the networks. It's policymakers. It's everybody. And the beauty of that is the evidence of Expo being Expo is that it is happening and it is working, but we can always have more collaboration.
Yeah, this is a lot of fun, and I can nerd out 1000 for hours. So
well, Victor,
I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for coming by. For those listening, this is the EV Reality Check booth powered by GreenCars.com here at Electrify Expo Glendale. If you have questions, we will be here to answer them. Throughout the day, we'll be talking to more industry professionals and having more conversations like this. Until then, Victor, thank you so much.
I thank you.
All right,
Appreciate it.
Trey, let's hear it.
Blake. Welcome back. If you're just now joining us, we are in Glendale, Arizona at the Electrify Expo powered by GreenCars.com. GreenCars.com is a great resource if you are interested in buying your first electric vehicle and you want to learn about what is out there for one and what fits best for your use case. Visit GreenCars.com. They can help you out with that. And if you just happen to be walking by, the booth for GreenCars.com is right across from where we're at. Definitely check them out. They have a beautiful Volkswagen ID Buzz over there that you should check out. Today, we're just up here. We're answering general questions that the public might have about public charging infrastructure, about electric vehicles, and what it's like to own them. That's a good segue into who I am, who this guy with the mic is. My name is Blake Aaron. I'm an EV content creator. I'm a YouTuber. I've been doing this for the past like 5 or 6 years. But with that, that means that I've owned and driven electric vehicles here in the Phoenix, Arizona area for the past about 5 or 6 years. So I know exactly what the ownership experience has been like for an EV owner here in Arizona. So if you're in the audience here or if you're online and you have questions specifically about anything we're talking about or about what it's like to own an electric vehicle here in Arizona, go ahead and drop those questions in the chat or in the comment section or come on up to the mic. Go ahead and find Randy if you're here and he'll bring you up to the mic to ask a live question. But with those conversations, we're also inviting up industry experts that have been helping push this electrification movement forward. We've had the pleasure with a slew of experts in the industry who just talk about what it is that they do and how that helps just with the advent of EVs and electrification. So one of those geniuses, I'll call them, is Ramirez Felix. He's a teacher. He'll tell you a little bit more about what he does. Ramirez, what do you do?
Hello, my name, like I said, Felix Ramirez. I'm an automotive instructor at Cactus High School in the Peoria Unified School District. I've been teaching 38 years, so I started wrenching as a teacher in '86.
Okay, so you started your life as an educator, as a teacher, and we've had multiple conversations up here about, you know, the need for education in this space. It's a big change to go from a traditional internal combustion engine car to an electric vehicle, and with that, there's a lot of research that needs to be done, and historically, the brunt of that research has had to be done by the consumer. You had to go online and search the EVs that you're interested in. Today, there are plenty of available resources that help make that work easier for you. One of those is Chargeway.com. Chargeway, the app. They're a great resource that helps you search for electric vehicle charging infrastructure near you. You can get as specific as whichever EV you own and use. It can help filter your search based on that car in particular. So if you haven't checked that out, it's on the Play Store and on iOS, on the Apple Store. So check those out. But with that, with the advent of electric vehicles, we have seen a need more for informed technicians to work on those cars. As more of them come to market, we need to have people that know how to maintain those cars for the public. So is that kind of what you do?
Yes, well, it's a full-blown high school automotive program that gets their students ASE certified, entry level, and we fund and pay for their certification. But through our advisory board members in the dealerships and shops, we found that we needed to start training kids to enter this world industry. So our EV program came from those discussions. So we're the first public school to teach EV in Arizona.
Okay.
And from there, we've grown into being able to place kids into either dealerships or go into junior colleges and be certified in their fields.
Okay, so I mean, I don't know a whole lot about what it takes to become certified in this field. What are some examples of the certifications that you guys offer to students, and what does like the timeline for those education tracks look like? What can a student expect whenever they're coming through your program that you offer?
The students that enter my program, they start off in Auto 1, entry level. From there, they go into 8 weeks of brakes and steering suspension. Another 8 weeks there. They'll take their ASCs and get them certified in those.
Okay, so I mean, with that exposure to this classroom atmosphere where it's more structured in learning about electric vehicles and how to repair them, what are some of the core concepts that you teach in that basic class that maybe the rest of the public might not know about that goes into an electric vehicle?
When we started going through it, we didn't understand that the concept of balancing electric batteries. And in batteries, electrical is a key part of our program, but we had to revamp the program to learn how to balance. So when the kids get to their third year with me, then they start pulling in, and okay, we have to change brakes now for an electric vehicle that brakes different. Tires are different. The certification and the safety alone is different. So we have grown. I've had to grow.
Yeah. I mean, that you hit the nail on the head is that, I mean, when you're doing your research, you don't really think about all the differences that come along with an electric vehicle, but something as simple as brakes works a little differently because electric vehicles, as many of us know, have what are, I'm not even going to try the full word, but we know them as regen brakes, and those brakes, I'm sure, function a little bit differently. Maybe you can give us like a little bit of insight. I don't know how my regen braking works on my Kia EV6, but maybe you can explain a little bit more about that.
I am still learning on that part because we have yet to modify our vehicle for the regen braking system. But where we're spending more of our time in our technology is just on the charging of the batteries with the heat of Arizona and 110, 115 degrees. And
that's a good point, yeah.
And how it destroys the batteries.
Yeah. A lot of electric vehicles have a sophisticated battery technology and battery management systems
and
that help maintain the correct and optimal temperature of batteries so that they last longer. But with that, we have to have experts in the field that know how to service those things.
And what's cool about it is the kids finish the program. They're not experts, but they have a foundation. So when they apply at a dealership or at a junior college to be GM, Ford, or Chrysler certified, the foundation that we've given them is unbelievable. They're above all the other kids walking through those doors.
We were having a bit of a conversation before we got started, and you were telling me about how one of your students recently got involved with a major electric vehicle manufacturer here. Can you talk a little bit about that?
What's neat is over the years I've had kids succeed in all sorts of areas, but right now I'm really excited is the girl that started my EV program as my supervisor, my foreman, I got her to go into the GM program at Glendale Community College. So she's graduating this May GM certified technician. That means anywhere in the world she can work for GM. The next step now, she just got offered to be an EV technician for GM. So they will send her back to school for about another year and a half to become GM certified. And then after that, anywhere in the world she wants to work, she'll be in the market for it.
Yeah, marketable skills that you guys are teaching over there. And those skills are going to be in more and more demand as we continue to see the entire mix of vehicles in the U.S. shift a little bit further towards electric, right?
Yeah. And if you look at our school, we're really known for our robotics programs, our engineering, and our coding classes. And what I'm doing now is I'm stealing those kids and putting them in my auto program and say, wait a minute, now let's figure out what you've learned all these years and put it and apply it to a product. Yeah. And they're like, whoa, this is why we're doing this.
Yeah. I mean, as somebody that's potentially interested in learning about these things, it's probably hard to find the right place to go and find the right institutions that teach the skills that you need. So how would somebody start that process? You said that your school is the only one that teaches these types of skills in Arizona, or?
We're the only ones teaching EV. Our district, Peoria District, is solid on the trades. Okay. And so we also have Westmec that we feed our kids into. So when the kid shows interest in A&P, avionics, electrician, we can get them trained. We find a place for them. The only difference is what I'm doing is I find a way to challenge the kids and say, hey, let's show me how to apply what you've learned all these years. Yeah. And that's when they step back and they're looking at me. Now I know why it's being done like this.
Yeah, I mean, that's great. Challenging students in an academic setting where they feel comfortable in making mistakes and learning from you at the same time is important.
Like the other day, we were at Good Guys Car Show, Hot Rods. Okay. They invited our electric car to be there, which is unheard of. It did rain on us, so we couldn't finish it off. But we had kids that were interviewed right on the spot for coding. Okay. And these are hot rod shops that you see on the Speed Channel, and they're asking them, can you come and work for us?
Yeah, you mentioned something a second ago, is that you guys have a car that you work on.
Yes, we have a car designed by Switch Corporation out of California. They design a car that's safe for kids to use and build.
What do you mean by
we
that?
actually have it out here in display again for the second year. But what happens is when the kids walk into the class, for the kids that selected for that project, the car is bolted to a table, the frame, and they go from there. They have to learn to read schematics, troubleshoot wiring. They install all the wiring. They learn to balance batteries. They do the troubleshooting, the installation, the test running, and we have a blast. It takes a lot of work on it on my part, but it works out really good.
They get their hands dirty from like
Very
day
dirty.
one. Literally, I mean, you have in the classroom. There's a car sitting on the table.
And our goal is to always have it ready for homecoming.
Okay. Another thing that you mentioned before was that you help your students get connected to a potential employer after they graduate.
Yes.
So you've got some relationships with some of the major electric manufacturers here in the state, right?
Yes, we work with all the dealerships in the area. We try to find them. 2 years ago when we started this project, we got Lucid Motors to join our board.
Wow.
And so they are the ones that helped me transition and get our district and everybody on board to developing that EV car that we have.
That's awesome. I mean, you could see that there's a huge opportunity here
and
for
so
manufacturers.
It is amazing because now they have a group of kids that they can look at and say, hey, you've done all this. Now we can retrain you to finish off the training.
Right.
Which is the whole goal of CTE.
Yeah, and I mean, that the value there is that we were talking about this earlier in another interview, is that it's a major pain point for people like me who are shopping for electric vehicles when we go to these manufacturers and we're wanting to learn more about the cars that they produce. And then when we're confronted by just like a lack of knowledge about electric vehicles in general, or in some cases just like it almost seems like some manufacturers would prefer not to sell me an electric vehicle. And so to send people into their workforce that are informed and know these cars from the ground up is valuable to them, I would think.
Yes, it is. We've had people walking by us in our station, and our kids are answering their questions like, what should I worry if I buy an EV? What are the things that I should look at for maintenance of it? Yeah. And we try to explain that. And one thing we had a Toyota lady walk by who just had their advisory with all their managers trying to figure out how they bring in techs. Yeah. We sat there for about 40 minutes talking as to how she can join our group and start looking at our kids now enter her workforce.
That's fantastic. I love to see stuff like that happen. Just like these connections that we're making, it kind of feels to me, just from my perspective, it feels like the entire electric vehicle movement has been almost like a grassroots, like just everybody kind of doing their part, getting it done. And I mean, that takes work on behalf of people like Lucid, like you said, like EV auto manufacturers. That takes work on behalf of utility companies that we've spoken to before. Takes work on behalf of policymakers that we've had on stage too. YouTubers like myself, we have a role too. I feel like one of the main things that people do whenever they're searching for one of their first electric vehicles is they jump on YouTube and they say, how do I do this? Or what does this car do? Does this car fit into my lifestyle? So just thank you again for what you do.
No problem. Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah. If people want to learn more about your school and like how to register, stuff like that, information about like tuition, where would they go?
Well, we're a regular public school, so there's no tuition. Okay. What they can look at is look at the Peoria Unified School District webpage, then look under Cactus High School. And we do have an open enrollment, so they can get their variance to come into Cactus, which we have a lot of kids just for the specialty programs that we do run.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, thank you for your time. Again, if you guys are just joining us, this is the EV Reality Check here at the Electrify Expo, powered by GreenCars.com. That's a great resource if you are interested in your first electric vehicle. They help filter your search and find a car for you that fits your lifestyle. But thank you again, Felix, for your time.
Thanks for inviting me.
You can go ahead and crank it, Trey. Thanks, man.
Alrighty, hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to Electrify Expo Glendale. You are listening to us from the EV Reality Check booth powered by GreenCars.com. If you are in the market for shopping for an EV, please check out GreenCars.com. Compare vehicles, see which one's going to work best for you. And the EV Reality Check space in the booth here today is, well, the whole weekend we've been here to basically dispel rumors, dispel myths, really talk about the realities of EV ownership, electrification, and also we've been really focused on bringing people that are kind of on the front lines of the discussion around what electrification impacts are and having conversations with them. So my name is Matt Teske, and I'm the founder and CEO of Chargeway. If you have an EV or you're shopping for an EV, make sure to download the Chargeway mobile app. You can add any EV you want to the system. You can then plan road trips with it and see where all of your public charging is. It makes it super, super simple. And as always, this weekend, I am joined by...
Yours truly. My name is Blake Aaron. I am an EV content creator, YouTuber, social media personality known as Blake Check. Been doing this for about 5 or 6 years, and with that, I've owned and driven electric vehicles here specifically in the greater Phoenix, Arizona area, so I know exactly what it's like, what access to chargers looks like, what EV reliability looks like in this specific climate. So we'll get more into the climate conversation later with our guest.
Well, that's it. Good segue in the sense of what is it we're all here doing? Well, electrification has, again, a lot of ramifications around performance and fun to drive and all the things that you and I like to talk about on the car side. But a big part of electrification is the fact that there's a sustainability component. There's a climate change conversation that has to be had around emissions and what electrification provides along those lines. So we're joined today by Joan Miners from the Arizona Republic. And you are, again, climate change, climate sustainability topics. That is really your focus, yeah?
Yeah, I'm the climate reporter at the Arizona Republic. It's the largest newspaper in the state. And my job all day, every day is to talk to climate scientists about solutions, impacts, what's going on, and also just professionally complain about the weather. It's really hot today.
I love how you say professionally complain. I need to work on that.
That is honestly. A great phrase. I get to professionally complain about the weather. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my job, is to be like, it's really hot today. It really is. It shouldn't be this hot.
What's the science behind it?
Yeah, let's unpack that.
How much time do you have?
No, well, that's the fun part is like we can be high level with it, but there's some things I'm sure that you could tap into for what you read or what your readers get from you on a regular basis, which is the conversation of sustainability and climate change in general. It's sometimes it's like a political football. It's like, okay, we don't want to talk about it. But at the end of the day, again, we all have to live lives. And if we get to experience what's happening with the changes in the weather, the changes in heat, and the science behind it of what we know is causing these things, I mean, how do we break through? How do we make a conversation happen where people that may not be actively thinking about it on a regular basis, you'd think the heat would be the thing, but what are you seeing?
Yeah, it is hard because I get all the time in my inbox, my email inbox, like, what are you talking about? It's always been hot in Arizona. If people can't handle the heat, get out of Arizona. Like, it's not a big deal.
That's one way to look at it, I guess. Okay.
Yeah, and today is a test of that. We broke 100 degrees for 2025 for the first time a few days ago, and it was a record. It's much earlier. It's not supposed than normal. It's not supposed to be this hot right now. So, yes. While Arizona has always been relatively hot compared to other places in the U.S., it's, Phoenix is known as America's hottest big city. It's not supposed to be this hot, and we have seen that due to greenhouse gas emissions and the combined effect of urban development. So right now we're in a parking lot with a lot of black asphalt. That also makes it hot, but that doesn't mean that that's the only contributor. So I've talked to scientists. They say about half the warming, which we're getting in the urban spaces in the Phoenix, Glendale area, we're about 10 degrees warmer on average than we were in the pre-industrial era.
Wow, that's no joke.
It's a lot, and even when, it might not feel like 90 is hot and 100 is hot, like they're both hot, it does make a difference, and it can be fatal to people. A lot of people are not prepared for this. So we've got about half that due to urban development and just paving everything partly for cars.
That's
and
a good
half
point
of
that you bring up,
emissions.
is that like heat-related deaths just are something that we have to pay close attention to in a state that we live in, like Arizona, where we live in a desert. As it gets hotter, the direct impact on the public's health is just hard to ignore. And, for some of us that have the luxury of living in homes with access to air conditioning and stuff like that, maybe these increases in general temperatures aren't as, a big a deal to us, but we have to keep in mind that not everybody does.
And it feels like it's the old, it's like the frog in the pot of boiling water. It's like, oh, it's been slowly getting hotter now. Yeah, who cares? But if you throw it in and all of a sudden, again, I'm from Portland, Oregon. So I grew up in California in the desert, so I'm familiar with the heat. But even yesterday, I was thinking to myself, I'm like, yeah, I'm not familiar with how the heat can start to impact you just slowly throughout the day. And we're in shade. And I drank, like, I don't know, 10 waters yesterday and the little hydro drinks. And
I had like 30 vitamin waters or like those electrolyte drinks. Still didn't put a dent in the amount of like sweat I was losing.
Seriously. And so I think that's the part of it is it's kind of like a death by paper cuts thing. It's like we're just not appreciating the fact that it is not, again, people get, they respond to things that are very impactful emotionally quickly and in an intense way. And so, like, again, when COVID happened and we shut down, everyone, okay, we're all feeling this. But then we started to see the results of we're not driving virtually at all right now. And we can see the mountains from almost every major city again. Oh, that's from pollution not being there every day. So again, I always joke visual aids always help explain things better because you can simplify it and distill it down that way. But again, you're writing about this all the time. What are the things that you think will start to have an impact on people that are, again, just kind of dismissing this?
Yeah, well, you mentioned air pollution, and you guys probably flew in, a few days ago for this event?
Yeah, well again,
I live here, so I can't escape.
He's local.
Okay.
Yeah, but I flew in on Wednesday.
We have some of that. So we're not only America's hottest big city, we're one of the most polluted cities, and a lot of that is because of we have a very car-centric culture in Phoenix. You know, I'm from the West. In the West, we like our wide open spaces. We like having room. We like being spread out. But a trade-off with that is that you have to drive a lot more to get to where you're going.
Yeah.
And those emissions build up in the air. They build up in your lungs. They have been connected to IQ drops in kids, higher asthma rates.
Yep, for the asthma part.
The heat, they contribute to the heat, which has been connected to like more incidents of rage, like road rage. So all these things become connected, and there's some ways that we can start to tackle that, and EV is really high
Each
on
of
that
those
list.
is a reason that we need to start focusing more on this problem. But
Yeah.
I will highlight road rage as being something that probably touches all of our lives here in Arizona. If you haven't been here yet, maybe you're not familiar, but these highways.
I kind of felt right at home. I got to be honest. I was like, oh, you want to be aggressive? I could drive aggressive. This is going to be great.
Maybe it's not a problem then. Maybe.
Well, I got to say, again,
point of
I
attraction
grew up in California, so it's like you had to learn how to drive. And so, but again, depending on if some people come out of town, they're like, what is going on?
I mean, it kind of stresses me out. Everyone in Phoenix seems to think that they are a professional race car driver, and I kind of just want to get where I'm going. So, but yeah, it offers a lot of freedom, but yeah, there's these trade-offs.
You mentioned the emissions part of it. We had a conversation yesterday where a comment was made related to emissions that are here inside of, well, multiple comments made yesterday. About 40% of emissions in the Phoenix metro area are from transportation, was a data point that was mentioned. Another point that came up that was mentioned in the conversation was that, well, there are emissions that come from other places that, for example, like, the jet stream and how wind can blow emissions from various other places, like even California and China. And this could be scientifically proven, but what percentage of emissions here in the Phoenix metro area are actually contributing from outside of here? 40% of the transportation emissions, that seems to be an agreeable data point, but of the other 60%, what percentage of that is coming from elsewhere?
Yeah, I don't have a full breakdown for you, but we do know that transportation emissions are usually the highest category. That's particularly true in Arizona because of our car-centric culture. That 40%, if you zoom out nationally, is closer to 30%, and if you zoom out globally, is closer to 20%. So we really are generating a higher percent. Like, more of our problem in Arizona is coming from vehicle emissions than in other places. So then it becomes kind of the lowest hanging fruit for ways to address the emissions, the warming, the pollution. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was almost presented to us as if like 40% is not a number that we need to worry about because it's less than 100%.
We both were kind of like, well, again, we unpacked it a little bit, but I think where we both landed in talking about it was exactly how you said it. But 40% is localized, and that's that low-hanging fruit of we can address this locally through not only consumer decision-making, but also from policy and things of that nature.
Right.
So I guess to that point, because the emissions are 40%, that's where electrification plays such a vital role in how we can reduce those emissions here in the Phoenix metro area, and obviously then further out to Arizona. But electrification then, there's so much here in Arizona that lends to the opportunity, which is, number one, from an emissions perspective, there's zero tailpipe emissions from an electric car, but electricity production here, there's a lot of clean options, especially solar.
Yeah, we're the second sunniest state in the country. We have a ton of solar potential here. We have been building out a lot of solar resources, and every little bit of electricity that we put onto the grid from solar generation makes driving electric vehicles a cleaner, more environmental choice.
Yeah. Well, and again, beyond that is it turns into commercial applications. We even talked about that this morning. But that's the beauty of it, is that there's utilities, SRP, APS included. There are a lot of embracing around how we can apply those clean energy practices, because they have to plan around all these transitions. And there's the energy ownership topic that we've talked about a little bit today. I guess, is that something you see that is still, maybe you could address it further in how we can discuss it publicly, which is you don't have to rely on other people to do this clean energy stuff for you. You can actually apply it in your own life. And EV is one of those practices, but even things like solar at home.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a can of worms that you just opened, because I do report critically on SRP and APS sometimes, and I do think they
guys,
could be doing
she's here.
more.
No.
But we have to hold each other accountable. So yeah.
There's a lot of people in this city that would tell you that the utilities have been not supporting rooftop solar by changing the incentives for that. But I think, still there's a lot of people that are adopting rooftop solar. It's a great resource. We already have, one of the concerns about solar is that we're just going to, plaster all of our beautiful open desert landscapes with solar panels, and it's a lot of construction. It kicks up dust. It's wildlife habitat, but the rooftops are already there. So doing both of those things is important. I think there's a number of different, getting people in understanding the problem, pushing for policies that promote it more, and then getting everybody on the board.
We're just very attached to our tan tiled roofs over here in Arizona, so I don't know if I can understand some of the hesitation there. Maybe
in Oregon, we're just kind of we all have
full
asphalt
sarcasm,
roofs.
by the way.
We'll just throw some solar on it. But the opportunity you described there is the balancing act between what we can do with industry as it relates to clean energy, but then also as it relates to, we're talking about environmental impact, and there's no free lunch. You can't just take solar and we're just going to take that desert space and boom, there's solar. It's like, okay, but wait a minute. It's what else does that then start to impact? So how do we then have that discussion about the balancing act as it relates to personal decisions as homeowners, but also what commercial could look like, and then obviously policy?
Yeah, I think one of the things I hear that falls into the category of it's always been hot in Arizona, so who cares about 90 versus 100? Or who cares about 40% versus 100%? It's there's, to create an electric vehicle, to create a battery, you have to mine, and it contaminates the land and contaminates the water, and so it's not really environmental. So we're just gonna categorically sweep that away and not have to think about it, because it would require us to develop new systems and put more charging stations in and change a lot of what we're doing. But the math is very clear that even though there is no free lunch and there's always environmental trade-offs, and there's trade-offs in everything in life, right? There's always trade-offs. Over the lifetime of a vehicle, electric vehicle is much more friendly to the environment.
I think the cross point for just the deficit, you could say, for the manufacturing process of electric vehicles, I think that's what people are talking about. I think the cross point between that and an internal combustion engine car's emissions is something like 2.5 years. It's not even the full life cycle of the electric vehicle. You'll see some of that payoff start to happen after a short time.
And I think, and also as you're describing what you were saying, it's just all the different ins and outs of those processes. The beauty of, again, the not having the free lunch is that we can't just say, oh, if this causes environmental damage, we're not going to talk about it. I think part of that is because the narrative around clean energy is that, again, it is clean. It's cleaner. And again, there are aspects about it that we have to have environmental impact. The long tail of that is, what does that look like once we've gotten into that process? With fossil fuels, it's we dig, we mine, we drill, we burn, and that's it. And it just goes right into the atmosphere, or frankly into the oceans, and that's what we're seeing. Yeah. But with batteries and with minerals, you get those into the market, you use them as a battery, you can then take those back out and then put them through a recycling process to get those minerals basically back to square one and do it all over again. So that's a sustainable practice.
One of the largest battery recycling plants is located here in Gilbert, Arizona,
right.
Li-Cycle, and this is not fiction. This is happening right now, where your cell phone batteries, the batteries used to power your power tools at home, all of those can be reused, and 95% of the materials that go into those quote-unquote dead batteries, or batteries that are no longer as useful as they once were, can then be used again to make new batteries.
A brand new battery, yeah. Yeah, that was one thing. It's a closed carbon loop essentially then, because all the carbon emissions and all the environmental damage you might do through that process, we can do our best to be sound about it and not make as much damage. But once we get into that cycle, then it is a far better cycle in the long run than fossil fuels. But then it's how do we tell that story? How do we do that?
Yeah, I think for Arizona, this is particularly important because, as we said before, we have a ton of solar resources. There's a company in Yuma that's making batteries a more sustainable process through using solar energy in the battery creation process. We don't have a ton of the mining of the minerals that go into batteries in Arizona, but we are doing things like that to make the process cleaner. And I think importantly, we have no natural gas or oil reserves in Arizona, basically, so it really doesn't benefit our economy, our air, our anything to be further investing in a fossil fuel system.
Yeah, yeah. So I guess for those who are wanting to learn more about, again, you're on the beat, you're out there, you're writing about this. How do they find information? Obviously, on a regular basis, just the Arizona Republic, but how do they find information about you? How can they contact you if they have questions?
Yeah, I mean, you can just look me up, Joan Miners at the Arizona Republic. That's literally my email.
Her office address will be in the comments section under this. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, exactly. Please send me all your most creative hate mail. I love it. The climate is changing, but there's a lot that we can do with just the options that we have available to us already.
Anything else you want to add, Blake?
You said it great. Thank you, John.
No, again, it's always great to have a local voice for someone who's, again, you're on the receiving end of the information that is out there. You're the one writing the stories about what people need to hear about and know. And again, these conversations are important because Electrify Expo in every single city that it visits, the entire point about the EV Reality Check booth is to have these conversations around, well, what is reality? Like, what is it we're actually talking about? I mean, it's not about just, again, 24-hour news cycle, who gets to dunk on who. We have some real-world challenges we all have to face, and that is both on a personal level for how we decide to choose what we shop for, but it's also about what industry is doing, and at the same time, it's about how we discuss it. So the work that you're doing is so important because the narrative has to be authentic and true. So thank you for tackling those topics.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
All right. Trey, let's hear it. of hot seat moment right now because it's hot outside. But we are here at the EV Reality Check booth powered by GreenCars.com, and we are joined by our friend Adam from Anchor.
Why, hello. Hot, 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 hot.
So
I was going to say all the seats are hot here.
Oh, that's true. Well, yeah.
Do we
actually,
do
the
hot
one,
potato seat? Like,
these
we gotta
ones are in
switch?
the shade. If you want some shaded seating, come by the EV Reality Check booth. But so Anchor is okay. You guys basically power Expo. So let's talk about that. People that don't know about Anchor, let's talk about it.
Absolutely. So we're a 13-year-old company. We've actually been a sponsor here at Electrify for the last 3 years. As you walk around the show, you're going to see all of the speakers. You guys are hearing our voice because of the speakers. All the TV monitors, the archways, they're all powered by our portable power stations. So we are literally powering the expo.
You're the anchor of the show.
Correct.
It's really cool to see, like, as a customer myself that just already happens to use Anchor's products, just to see that their use case doesn't just stop at your basic individual consumer like
smartphone.
myself, like your smartphone, for
Yeah.
instance,
Absolutely.
like portable batteries that fit in your pocket. They go as big as, I mean, show us, just use your arm. Show us about how big the biggest model that you have is.
Yay, it's
Yay
comes up to
tall.
like my waist.
Right.
Like it's almost like just short of my waist.
There's
Well-
just an Anchor product for every use case, it seems like.
Exactly it. It's just I think that's the fun part about it. Energy storage, but energy ownership, and you can take your energy with you.
Correct.
Is such a big part about what the transition to electrification is providing, and Anchor is basically the battery product for that.
Absolutely. So again, we have products from really small and portable. I had a gentleman today that was like, I want to go camping and I have a quad or a dirt bike. They can literally strap it over his shoulder, take it with him. He has power. We have significantly larger batteries that weigh significantly more. You can take them with you. You can power your home. You could, bring them with you in the RV. So it really depends on the use case of what you want to do.
Yep.
And that's the question I ask people. So they say, what can I power? I say, I'm going to stop you. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to power? Because if I know what you're trying to power, I can kind of lead you on the journey of this one or this one or this one or this one or this one.
Don't buy something you don't need. It's
Yeah,
right sizing the Anchor product for them.
If you want it to be super portable, I don't want to give you because you'll be, when you'll get home and say, I should have gotten a little one.
Right. Yeah.
So
Is the shopping process similar to that, like on your website? Can somebody kind of put in what it is that they're looking for?
We're,
and be
we're
led that
actually
way?
developing that. It's not on there yet,
Awesome,
but
yeah.
we're developing a tool that you can say, what are your devices, especially at home? What are your devices? And it'll guide you in that shopping process to
really smart.
Yeah, to that. So
Well, so this is kind of a hot seat moment. So for people that want to learn about Anchor, two things. One, where are you at the show?
we are, if you are hearing our voice, just turn around. We
Turn
are
around.
I don't know.
directly
That's a bit of a
behind.
walk. Right?
It's hard. I know it's hard. It's
It's
hard.
hard.
It's hard. We are directly
All the way
across
right
here. But we're also online. We're at anchor.com. That's ANKER.com. If you want our bigger products, it's anchorsolix.com. ANKERSOLIX.com. We're also on Amazon. But again, if you're here at the show, you can come to this great booth under the shade and charge your phone. And we also have on the very other side of the show, we have another charging station for you guys to charge your phones. So
You guys again.
keeping you powered.
You are powering the entire Electrify Expo.
Powering the entire expo.
Well, okay. Anything else you want to add, Blake?
Nothing, man. Thank you.
No, this has been great. Again, little quick hit, hot seat. But Adam, as always, thank you for powering the expo. Thank you for coming by and letting people know more about Anchor.
Thanks for having me. Trey, drop it like it's hot.
Hello, 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 and welcome back to Electrify Expo Glendale. You are listening to us from the EV Reality Check booth, powered by GreenCars.com. So you can hear our voices. A free T-shirt awaits you, as well as shade. You can also come in and charge your mobile phone. If you've been taking photos and videos all day, make sure to charge your phones up. But the EV Reality Check space is here really to be kind of a gathering space. If you have questions, we have answers, dispelling myths and rumors. But we're also talking to people from the industry that are making the electrification industry happen. And so my name is Matt Teske. I'm the founder and CEO of Chargeway. It's the best EV mobile app out there. Download it for iOS and Android. You can plan road trips, choose your EV. It makes it real simple to go anywhere you want an EV. And as always, I am joined by
Yours truly. My name is Blake Aaron. I am an EV-focused automotive YouTube creator, and I'm also just a resident here of Phoenix, Arizona. My YouTube name is Blake Check. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
That was great.
Yeah. Good plug. Appreciate it.
Good plug.
But, I'm just a resident here in Phoenix, so that means that I've owned and driven electric vehicles here in this specific area and climate for about the past 5 or 6 years. So I can speak to things about like where's the nearest EV charger? Is it reliable? How many Tesla supercharger stops are there nearby in the greater metropolitan area? Phoenix. So if you have questions like that, go ahead and drop them in the comment section of the live feed video on YouTube. Or if you're here at the expo, you can walk on up to the microphone and ask us a question in real time.
That's right. And so, yeah, the EV Reality Check space is really about that. It's about making the conversation happen. For those of you that are at the show, you might be walking around. You might not get all the answers to the questions you have. But also, it's fun to hear about what's happening in the EV space as it relates to where electrification is touching different types of products. And so we're actually joined today by Marco Druin, who's the Global Brand Strategy Manager for BRP. And BRP, you represent a brand, Can-Am, that I think many people have probably heard about. But what is it you are doing at Can-Am that we should be hearing about?
Well, what I do at Can-Am is that I'm in charge of bringing the Can-Am brand to life, especially the new EV motorcycle. So it's a new market that we're entering. So my mandate is like, hey, how can we get people excited about these new electric motorcycle, but also overall as a bigger mandate, how can we with other motorcycle OEMs shape what the future of electric motorcycle could be?
Well, that's a great way to unpack that, because the transition is right now. So we've seen a lot of transition on the light duty vehicle side, even like medium and heavy duty side. As it comes to like e-mobility, e-bikes, electric motorcycles, there's actually a lot of terminology within that. I think a lot of people don't even know how to unpack. Even what class the vehicle is, for how you can understand, can I ride it on the street? Is it off-road only? All of that. So you can speak to, I'm sure, all those little details.
Let's pretend like I'm just a customer that doesn't know anything that walks into your store. It's probably not far from reality. Could you help buy something that fits my needs? First, you need to know what it is I'm into, right?
Yeah, and the way we have developed the current lineup is to make sure that like we have vehicle for like what the people are looking for right now in terms of motorcycles. So we have two type of vehicle. We have the Pulse, which is more kind of a naked bike, more for the city and just to bum around. And then you have the Origin, which is a dual sports bike that you can use on the street, but also on the trail. So first question I would ask is like, where are you planning to ride it?
You want a trail ride? Is that the thing?
Well, I live in an area that has a lot of, nicely paved roads, so I'm going to use this to go to and from work. But, there's some really good trails out in the back, too. So you said you have a dual-purpose bike. That speaks to somebody like me, and I think probably speaks to a lot of the audience members. This Phoenix area is kind of unique. We live in a desert, so no matter where you live, you're not too far from some good off-road trails out here, which is great, right?
Yeah, and I think also one thing when you buy a motorcycle is that you want to make the most of it, especially when you have like the space to make the most of it. So I'm definitely not from here, like if you can hear my accent, but
wait, you're not local? Come on.
But
I know a Phoenician accent when I hear it, so you're not
If I would
fooling me.
live here, I would definitely have like the Origin, because yes, I want to use it to go to work, but on the weekend I want to be able to rip it on the trail or visit national park and stuff like that.
Well, let's unpack some of the technology you have in the two models that you offer. So what is someone going to be able to expect when it relates to things like range, charging, things like that?
Yeah, so it's like we've been working on that project for a long time. So the motorcycle has just been launched, and one of the big challenge we had with developing EV motorcycle was about like charging and range and stuff like that. So what we did is that we have developed what we call a liquid cool power pack. So our battery and the charger, everything is liquid cool. So it's always stay at the same temperature. So that's allow us to maximize range, performance, and longevity, but also ensure that charging time in any condition will always be the same. So we can claim that you can charge the bike from 20 to 80% in 50 minutes in any condition. For car, it's obvious. All cars are liquid cool.
Right.
But a motorcycle is small, so it's not all the EV motorcycle that are currently liquid cool because you want to save some cost, but also some weight. So on our side, we took the decision to liquid cool it because an EV motorcycle is all about balance and about trade-off. So we wanted to have something that is nimble, that have good performance, but that doesn't cost like $1 million and that doesn't take like 4 days to charge.
It's still got to be approachable from a product perspective.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
Well, you know, for some people, especially people that want to use these bikes recreationally in a climate like Arizona's that's very hot, I don't know if passive cooling is going to be something that's going to cut it, right?
Yeah, it'd
You
be
kind of
tough.
have to go for a product like one that you offer.
Currently, like, and we've been doing test ride today, and we did a media intro in Austin in super warm weather. The fact that everything is liquid cool, you don't experience derating, which you would experience on a bike that is not liquid cool, which means that you will lose range, you will lose some features such as passive regen and stuff like that. Us, for a place like Phoenix, our bike, that technology is really relevant. And on top of that, I know that in a region like Phoenix, people during the summer just don't ride because it's too hot. But a regular motorcycle will emit heat from the engine.
Seriously, yeah.
Especially at a stop or at a red light. Us, it's always stay cool, and it doesn't emit any heat. Yeah.
So on the technology side, so what's the size of the battery pack that's inside of it? Do you have options for battery pack sizes that dictate range?
So we only have one size for the battery pack, and it's the same on all models. So we call it the Core. It's a 8.9 kilowatt in terms of energy.
Okay.
It's good for a 35 kilowatt output in terms of power, which is good for 47 HP, so the equivalent of a 700cc motorcycle.
Okay. And then charging time you mentioned is going to be, I think you said about what, an hour or something?
It's on level 2. It's 50 minutes for 20 to 80%. Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty good. And does that use a standard, what's called a J1772 connector?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, in Chargeway world, that's a green 2.
Yeah.
But that's the thing is how do you help people understand the use case? So we talked about it a little bit. It's like you got to ask the questions. How do you plan on using it? Things of that nature. So with respect to the ride and drives and things that have been happening here, what kind of feedback have you been getting from people that have been experiencing your products?
Actually, there's 2 types of feedback.
Okay, here we go.
There's the feedback we get from diehard motorcyclists and power sports people that are like, that doesn't make sense. I'm used to take my bike on super long rides and stuff like that. And then we have the feedback from people that owns EV or are aware of EV technology, and they're like, what? Like, you're able to pull that amount of range from that small battery and that charging speed from that small battery and stuff like that. So this is the type of feedback we're getting, but I think everybody needs to understand that the bike that we are offering are not touring bike. Like, they are commuter bike or bike that you're going to use on a short period of time. And on average, when you're not in touring mode, the average motorcyclist will do maximum 40 miles a day. So we have more than double than that in terms of range. And again, I think that everybody here like use their car like they use their phone. So they arrive at their place at night, they plug it, and then they are ready for the next morning. So.
Yeah. We should talk about performance a little bit. Like, I feel like that's something that is probably on the minds of your customers. Is what are these bikes? Is that okay to call them bikes? What are they capable of? And so one of the things that draws me to electric vehicles is the instant torque. Is that something that maybe differentiates some of your products from some of their internal combustion engine counterparts?
Yeah, I think that's it. This is what makes the bikes super fun to drive. Is they are super torquey.
Oh yeah.
So very responsive, and also we're Can-Am. Like, yes, we build electric motorcycle, but we build like side by side ATV where we won Dakar. We're big into racing and performance. So to be true to our DNA, it's sure that the bike have like that element of performance, but the EV tech bring another layer to it. So quick acceleration, smooth acceleration, active regen. We're talking 0 to 60 in 3.8 seconds, but no shifting. And you're not in a car, you're sitting on a bike. So, and the fact that we have a closed chain case, so you don't hear a lot of noise.
Oh wow, okay.
So it's like it's a full sensorial experience, if I can say. But they are very performant, but something that people need to keep in mind is that EV make the whole thing also a lot more accessible because you don't have to clutch, or you can concentrate on your balance and on driving.
Well, that's a great point. Is anybody who's been riding for a long time, they understand the complexity of what it means to actually ride, but because of EVs having a simpler drivetrain, just simpler to engage with, the approachability aspect of an e-bike, I think, is something that it oftentimes probably isn't discussed as openly as we should. Is that it really is inviting to people that may be intimidated by a traditional gas-powered motorcycle, but the performance aspect we were just talking about makes it all the better, but it also is then easier to engage with. But there's that learning curve too of, like you said, the instant torque of you get on one of those things, you gotta be prepared for what you're gonna be riding, because I'm sure it can surprise people, even traditional motorcycle riders, I would imagine.
Definitely, like everybody that have tried it, that went from a regular motorcycle to an EV, the first thing they notice is the torque and the quick acceleration. That's why sometimes we need to start people in eco mode.
I was about to say, do you have settings where you can say, like, this is not going to... Okay, good.
We don't start people right away in Sports Plus mode because, like, it rips too much. And
It rips too much is a good problem to have.
Rips too much is a good problem to have.
But I think
that excites me as a customer.
But I think maybe just to go back to what you said, like the fact that the bike are EV, and this is a big statement, but it does make you a better rider. Because you have less stuff to, like, you're a rider, right?
Well, I've ridden, but I'm not a daily rider.
But if you're an avid motorcyclist, like the amount of stuff you need to manage at the same time, so your balance, shifting, downshifting, being aware of your surrounding, then looking if there's puddles and stuff like that. With an EV bike, like, you can concentrate on the riding.
It's a reduced checklist, right? And it's that mental checklist of always having to be doing something. So, Randy, I think we got a question from online.
Yeah, thank you. We have a question from Instagram Live by user Liago17, Leah Gomez.
Oh, that's my aunt. No, it's not.
Gomez, really?
Gomez?
She asks, or she says, sound has always been a big part of motorcycle culture. How does Can-Am think about sound in its electric models?
Ooh, we're hearing something right now where, like, so there is that sound aspect that many people like from motorsports and from being on a performance vehicle. So yeah, how do we address that? Also from a safety perspective, it's a big deal.
Yeah, but I think, like, I'm kind of over it with the loud pipe saves lives.
I was waiting to say the phrase. Okay.
I know it's a thing, and yes, it's true that when you can hear the motorcycle, like, you're more visible. But I think from a sound perspective, everybody that tried the bike, it's actually the fact that there's no sound or limited sound bring a whole new level to the experience. I like to say that it's like riding a roller coaster because you get all the torque, but then your brain doesn't compute at the same time because you don't hear the sound that you use that used to be associated with it. So it's very sensorial. And sometimes, like, you ride like 30 miles per hour, but you feel that you ride like 60 miles per hour. And especially on the origin, when you ride in the forest, for example, or in trails, like being able to hear the birds, the branch cracking and stuff like that, it really had to the experience. But I totally get this comment, and obviously it's something that people needs to get used to. I mean, like, we're starting to see car adding sounds like
as
we're
hearing
hearing right now.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a necessity. I think it's a lot of people are riding motorcycle to meditate in some ways and to relax, and it just brings so much to the experience. And I know it's it's paradigm shift right now, like, because sounds is associated with motorcycle.
Sure.
But
well, motorsports in general, I think the sensory response of just kind of like you can smell it, you can hear it, all those different things. That is a kind of a relearning, and I think that's some riders that are coming from a gas-powered experience. There's that rewiring of their brain a bit. But people that are fresh to it, I think they're going to appreciate what you just described, which is there's elements of this that you weren't conditioned to think about what it was before. And so if you do trail riding, for example, the way that you can be your sensory exposure to what you're actually experiencing isn't about the bike. It's actually where you are. That's a completely different way to look at it.
I think think, I mean, I was going to summarize it in a similar way, is that there's this misconception that EVs in general just like are emotionless, and that's not necessarily the case. It's just a different type of emotion, a different type of experience, and it can be just as engaging. So maybe that doesn't appeal to you. Maybe you prefer some of the noises and all of that stuff.
And that's a balancing act. Is a lot of companies that have been built combustion engine vehicles for a long time. We're hearing that just behind us. It's like, okay, how do we provide some sort of element of that to customers? But I think what you described is really strong in the sense that, but it may not be. This is about what, again, the expo is all about. It's showing that there's choices out there. So that choice aspect is important. So for those who want to know more information about your products, where they can find information about it, number one, where's your booth here at the show?
So we're just in front of Lucid. So
just right over here.
Right over here, like just.
I can see the flags from right here.
Yeah, I was going to say, they are literally, you can see them peeking up above the wall.
Yeah, so we're there with our container, and we have a couple of bikes here, but also we're conducting demo. On the demo site, we had a lot of people demoing this weekend, and again, like people they always came back from the demo, and they talk about the fact that the bike are quiet, but they are also talking about the fact that you have tech like active region and stuff, and that the whole riding experience is very different from what they are used to, but it's really approachable.
Well, the approachability piece, I think, is, and anytime I talk to anybody about e-bikes, is there's the scales and levels of getting people into it when they're young, and also what these performance products can be kind of from the outset. And is the design with intent that you described for how you approached building the products you have, that really speaks to the fact that you were paying attention. You weren't trying to rush into this. You wanted to build the right product that was electrified. So I think hats off to the Can-Am team for the way you approached it. And again, for those who want to find your information about you away from the show and online, but where do they find Can-Am information online?
Yeah, so canammotorcycles.com. That's the first step. You can find us on social media at Can-Am Motorcycle, especially on Instagram. And I invite people to visit our YouTube channel. Again, at Can-Am Motorcycle, we have a docu-series out there that explains the whole development of the bike. We have 4 small episodes. It's really interesting to understand what goes into the development of such a motorcycle because BRP and Can-Am did everything from A to Z. We did not source battery on the left and a drivetrain on the right. Like, we did everything.
So vertically integrated development.
There we go.
Anything else you want to add, Blake?
No, I'm excited to see what you guys do in the future. I know you said you guys have side-by-sides too. Real quick, do you guys have plans to introduce electrification to some of those products, or no?
Well, BRP always said that they want to continue to electrify the different lineup. So there's no dates yet, but we do have other EV product already in market, such as our Ski-Doo and Lynx snowmobile that are electrified.
All right. Love to see it.
There you go. All right. Well, hey, for those listening, we're at the EV Reality Check booth powered by GreenCars.com. This is Electrify Expo Glendale. We've got some more time coming in for guests that we're going to be talking to throughout the day. But if you have questions, we have answers. We've also got shade. We've got charging for your cell phones. And we also have free T-shirts. So if you can hear our voice, swing by and get those free T-shirts. Until our next session, Marco, thank you so much for coming by.
Thank you very much. Merci.
All right.
Crank that tray.
Glendale. And what we're doing here at the EV Reality Check booth is we are busting myths, busting rumors. We're having a conversation as a collective about what's happening in the electric vehicle space. And the EV Reality Check booth is powered by GreenCars.com. If you're in the market for an EV, shopping for one, make sure to check out GreenCars.com. Compare all the vehicles around the market. Gives you a sense of what might be a good fit for you. And my name is Matt Teske. I'm the founder and CEO of Chargeway. I've been in automotive for 25 years, and I've developed out an app called Chargeway to make EV charging simple. Basically, choose your EV, and you can plan road trips with it, and it makes it all easy to see using colors for plugs, numbers for power. Basically makes it so you just kind of can't make a mistake. But while I'm at this booth for this weekend, I'm joined by...
Yours truly. My name is Blake Aaron. I am an EV content creator, social media personality known as Blake Check. I've been doing this for about 5 or 6 years. And with that, I've owned and driven an electric vehicle here in the Phoenix, Glendale, just greater metropolitan area of Arizona for the past 5 or 6 years. And so I know firsthand what it's like to own an electric vehicle in this area. I know what it's like to get to those fast chargers. I know what it's like to drive an electric vehicle in this blistering Arizona heat that we have. That's a main concern that some people have. It's just whether or not a car powered by electricity can keep up with the heat. So we can talk about that in a little bit. But if you're joining us, certainly we've got plenty of shade for you, but we also have some free shirts for you. Just go ahead and jump in that line if you haven't already. We've got a table over here powered by our friends over at Anchor to charge your devices. Feel free to use that. And we're also opening up the floor to some questions to folks visiting us online. Drop those in the comment section of the YouTube video. And if you're here at the expo, find our friend Andy, who can walk you up to the front of the stage to ask a question. He's the gentleman raising his hand in the back. But without further ado, let's introduce our guest, Miss Karen.
Okay, Karen Apple, how you doing? For the City of Phoenix, you're an EV program manager.
I'm good. Thanks for having me. Hello, Glendale. Hello, City of Phoenix residents.
So you dove right in because you've met Karen before.
Because I know Karen.
That's the fun part. Is you know a lot of the folks that are local.
Yeah,
you're
as
local.
we've been saying, we've had guests up here that have just brought incredible experience and insight into the electrification movement. And Karen is one of those people. But I also know Karen just at these electric vehicle meetups that we go to. I partner with the Phoenix chapter of the Electric Vehicle Association, the Valley of the Sun Electric Vehicle Association, Drive Electric Arizona, as they're also known by, and that some of those events are just open to the public where they can come out, drive electric vehicles that they may be interested in. We actually have one coming up next week at South Mountain Community College. If you're interested, go ahead and check that out online. You can find them on Facebook at Drive Electric Arizona. But that's how I met Karen.
So, Karen, you're at the City of Phoenix. The City of Phoenix, again, we've having a lot of discussions this weekend about just the scale of which electrification has already been happening here in the Phoenix metro area, statewide as well. But at the City of Phoenix, there's a lot of things that you have visibility into. That could be the vehicle side. That could be the infrastructure side. That could be the policy side. So how long have you been in the role that you're in? And, frankly, what's been happening here in the City of Phoenix that we maybe haven't covered yet?
Yeah, exactly. So I am working into my 4th year as an EV program manager. My background is in transportation and environmental. So I love cars. I certainly can't fake that. I came into this role not knowing a lot about EVs, but I have certainly gained a lot of knowledge. I'm still learning because, as you folks know, it's changing every day. So what I like to start with is why City of Phoenix is even looking at promoting in the adoption of electric vehicles. Again, the news ladies had kind of broached that field, but we, City of Phoenix and the Valley, we get a grade of an F from American Lung Association in air quality. Wow, okay. Now, last time I checked, F is not passing.
Nope.
So, as she alluded to as well, the biggest greenhouse gas emitter is mobile sources, which are cars. So we, City of Phoenix, are very, very involved in doing what we can to improve air quality and decreasing greenhouse gas emissions. And we know that promotion and adoption of electric vehicles. It's just one method, one way to help out air quality, but that is primarily the main reason of why we, the City of Phoenix, are promoting the adoption of electric vehicles.
Can we talk about some of the ways that the City of Phoenix is providing that education?
Yep, absolutely. So let me take you back to June of 22. Our mayor and council are very, very engaged and supportive of electric vehicles. So we stood up a roundtable, an EV ad hoc committee, and at the end of that, we had developed an EV roadmap, which we like to call, and this is a mouthful, Transportation Electrification Action Plan. We call it the TEEP. And in that TEEP, we have goals and
Love
objectives.
our acronyms.
Love our acronyms in the EV industry, don't we?
Yeah, add that one to your acronym list. So within that, we've got goals to support 280,000 EVs in the city of Phoenix. Now, I'm probably going to need to go back and reset that goal. We also have a goal, and this is by 2030.
So yeah, what was the goal by? Yeah.
By 2030, and
Okay.
then by 2030, we'll also have 500 EV chargers on city-owned property. So think libraries, parks,
Oh, wow.
community centers.
Okay.
Right now, we're at 316. I've also included our fleet charging and our employee charging in that, and I can talk a little bit more about that. We have another goal of 200 EVs in our city-owned fleet, mostly light duty. We've got electric buses on order. We've got one electric garbage truck, side loader or rear loader, and then I've got 84 light-duty EVs across the board in the city fleet.
So yeah, but you're pointing to is it's not only vehicle, it's infrastructure, and that's the key is that municipal planners everywhere around the country, they have to be thinking proactively in the way that you just described, which is what does it mean not only for the public and the driving experiences that they're going to have. So that is the opening of the door, saying if we want to have some sort of a goal we want to reach, we have to be engaged with the public in the different ways that they can understand how ownership works, which includes public infrastructure, but that also then includes what does that mean to basically be walking the talk and saying, as the city, what are you doing to make sure your fleet is electrified? So you touched on all those different categories, and again, the beauty of this is again, TEEP was what you said? It was
TEEP, the TEEP.
The TEEP. So the TEEP, as it is allowing you to have some sort of a structure around that. I guess my question would be, as a municipal, and again, as a major city, are other cities reaching out to you saying, okay, we heard that you guys have to have an action plan. We don't yet. What do we need to know because we don't know what we don't know? Is that happening?
Yes. So City of Phoenix, 5th largest city. A lot of people don't know that. We are top 5 largest city. We are down we're down the road a little ways, probably more than a little ways, but we do have other municipalities in the valley that are looking for City of Phoenix. We're kind of the big brother. I do engage with other municipalities because unlike Phoenix, they don't have an engaged EV person on their staff.
Right.
So I help.
You're like an ad hoc EV program manager.
Yep. So I help any municipality. We try to get the word out just to our local municipalities, education, resources, anything that we can do to help because we're all in this together. Then I do get calls from around the U.S., different cities, and then I call different municipalities because Denver's got great e-bike incentives and rebates.
Yes, they do.
We don't have that, so I'll call them and ask them how they've structured their programs. California, different breed of cat over there.
What,
so
buyers in California are different than Arizona? What do you mean? No.
So I'm calling Sacramento. I call LA. I call San Fran about how they've stood up street light charging. We don't have that. How did you make it happen? So it works both ways.
And
with the sharing.
No, again, and on the policy front and on the governmental front, I mean, really, that is the key. It's a shared effort in so many ways, and all the talks that I have around the country from Expo's perspective, but the work that we do at Chargeway, we talk to different city planners, and that's the beauty of it. There's no ego about it. It's look, we're serving the community with these plans and these strategies. So again, and you live here, so I mean, you're on the front lines on the receiving end of everything she just described.
Yeah, I mean, this is exciting to hear. Honestly, I didn't know some of these things that City of Phoenix is already introducing some electrification into their fleet. That's great to hear. With that, I'm curious to see have you seen some of the benefits already of electrifying some of the city's fleet, and is that something that we're using to just be a good shining example to these other cities? Is that why they're coming to us?
Yeah, that's a great question, and so I don't manage the fleet, but I'm engaged with our fleet managers. So aviation department is kind of my poster child at the city department EV transition. They're doing a great job. But our public works, the water department have chargers, they have fleet EVs. And one of the questions I ask him is, okay, we get the total cost of ownership question all the time. It's a little bit more expensive to buy, we'll take a Chevy Bolt. We have Chevy Bolts in our fleet. If they're at 30,000 and they could buy an Impala for 24,000, I'm making those numbers up, but there's a delta. We tell our departments that in about year 4, the total cost of ownership is going to start decreasing, while an ICE vehicle, which is internal combustion engine,
Will go up.
is going to go up in maintenance because we're seeing less maintenance. We don't have to change out oil, timing belts, things like that.
All the things that like to break over time. In the so to your point, it's really about the mentality of a city planner's perspective of saying, okay, this is an upfront cost. There's a justification that has to come along with that, right?
Right.
That's probably one of the biggest challenges because you're so accustomed to having lower costs, but then having to figure out how to mitigate that over time.
It is, and our departments haven't right-sized their budgets.
Okay.
So their budgets, some of the budgets are still at internal combustion level kinds of budgets. So working with those departments to increase the cost of their EV transitions. And then we always tell them it's not just about the car. You have to budget money for charging, fleet charging.
Right.
So when I worked in the aviation department, we had a mantra, no surprises. Tell me the full cost and the full pros and cons, but no surprises. So I don't want my departments buying vehicles and then saying, well, now how am I going to charge them?
Right. It's a comprehensive. We've had this conversation like earlier today as well. I think it was with the team from Evolve Charging as well about, okay, it is about, and Shade, it's about planning out that process for the checklist.
Right.
And these are new checklists. These are brand new. So I guess in that respect, from a city planning perspective, how are you documenting all this so you can actually hand over kind of a playbook? Is that part of the plan, is to say, hey, city of XYZ, we can actually provide you with something you could use as a checklist?
We do. We've got something. It's not quite a checklist, but we've established, here's what you need to look at.
Like best practices.
Yeah, best practices. And let me just take charging. Even if you're a residential, a commercial, changing over your fleet, one of the first things you need to do is engage with your utility and find out what your panel can accommodate. So as an EV owner, I like to tell people I own my own fleet. I have an electric car.
A fleet of one?
I have an electric bicycle. And
Talking
an
about
electric lawnmower.
walking the walk and talking the talk.
Exactly. You're living it out.
I'm a fleet owner. But yeah, it's always the first thing is to find out what your panel can accommodate, and I have to do that all the time at libraries, at community centers, at our parks. So what can we accommodate? What can't we accommodate?
Well, and to your point, too, about the charging infrastructure that you want to have rolled out, all the goals by 2030 for charging and the vehicle count, was that all 2030?
We have 200 vehicles, which will certainly exceed by 2030, and we've got 500 EV chargers on city-owned property.
So that one, the city-owned property chargers, is that a combination of basically what's the long dwell time if they're at the park all day or if they're at a library? Again, you have to right-size the charging for those locations, too, right?
Correct. And so I have 316 chargers installed on city-owned property. About half of that is employee charging.
Okay, like behind the fence.
Level ones and a smattering of level twos. We've got fleet charging. We're still growing that fleet charging, but my majority is I have 84 ports on city property, and they're all level twos.
So that really speaks to again, looking at the logistics of everything. It's not like you said, you got to call the utility, you got to know what you can do for upgrades, but also it's about what is the use case for each of those opportunities for installing that charging. And then how do you translate that to the public for how they can use them?
A lot of that is I ask my departments where they would like to see charging. It's not data-driven yet. It's more trying to take care of those high priority areas for our publics.
Yeah.
I would love to get some in at Echo Canyon at Camelback or South Mountain or Piestewa Peak. Unfortunately, I don't know that my parks wants to give up a space for EVs, so I'm working on them. And there's also, the city has purchased some solar beam units, which has a solar panel that does no...
there's no infrastructure. It's a remote deployment.
There's no infrastructure. It's not connected to the grid. So I would love to put one of those at a trailhead or Piestewa or Camelback at Echo.
Those are ideal, yeah.
Those are great places. I mean, it sounds like you're able to tap into just what customers are looking for, what the city of Phoenix residents, where they need chargers, and you're able to identify good places for chargers to go that way. I'm sure that's going to get even better if once you're able to pull data.
It is, and let me tell you one of my challenges before you ask me what one of my challenges is funding.
We were getting that's the funding number one.
Funding. Let me talk about funding for a moment because it's really keeps me up at night. If you want to ask me what keeps me up at night, it's funding. So the city of Phoenix submitted an application for the charging fueling infrastructure grant. We submitted for round 1. We got $0. We submitted for round 1B. We got $0. We submitted for round 2, and we were awarded $15 million for public charging.
Let's go.
All right. So this is part of the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Fund for those.
It's the CFI. It's charging fueling infrastructure. It's not NEVI.
Not NEVI. It's CFI. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, NEVI goes to the state.
There you go. So, but to that point, it's again, you got to go through the hoops to finally get to a place where you can actually secure the dollars to execute some of these plans, right?
But let me put a big fat asterisk on that for you. So we were awarded $15 million on January 10th. 10 days later, the new administration took over and froze all of my funding. So I've got a plan for $15 million. Yeah. I don't know that I'm going to be able to execute it, especially if they claw back my funding.
Okay. Well, so I guess
put the frown on, frowny face. Yeah.
So, but to that point, the city is obviously making the plans on its own, but there is also private sector infrastructure that continues to be rolled out, and regardless, that's still going to maintain growing, right?
Yeah, we'll still get growth out of those private public partnerships, hopefully, because if I don't have $15 million, I was going to put in 90% level 2s. I think I had 150 level 2 ports going in, and some DC fast charging up at Deer Valley Airport, which was close to 17, and the 101, so I could have captured some of that. So if we don't get that $15 million, I'm going to have to get real creative and invite you guys to bake sales and car washes to get my funding. And there is some drips and drabs, so if Maricopa County gets some funding, it's predicated on federal as well. And then Maricopa County got $15 million, and they're going to subaward it out to other municipalities. So you can bet I will be on the front line asking for that.
There you go. Yeah.
So I might get $2 to $3 million, which doesn't put in a whole lot, especially when I would like to put DC Fast in at Sky Harbor.
I was going to say, but that's better than zero still.
It's better than zero.
So funding aside from a challenge perspective, I guess, so let's talk about the positives. I mean, what you've been in your role, you said, for 4 years now total? And so in that 4 years, in that 4 year time frame, let's talk about the wins, for example. I mean, because we have seen growth throughout the entire country, but in every major metro market that Electrify Expo arrives at, it's always a little bit of a different conversation. And so in the last half a decade, what can you speak to for the changes you've seen?
Well, some of the positives is we working with the Electric Vehicle Association, working with our utilities, working with our other municipality partners, I feel like we're all starting to get on the same track. We do a great job with our ride and drives because it's all about butts in seats. We need you folks trying out and testing out these electric vehicles. I think the community, to me, has been my biggest thing, and the networking and the relationship building along EVs is one of the things that I really enjoy about this position. Shedding light. One of the things also is I'm the president of Women in EVs, so trying to stand up. If any lady wants to join our EV club, you're welcome to. It's free. And just getting people, I like seeing the light bulb turn on.
Sure. Yeah.
Or, and then I'm very proud that when I started this position, I think we had 40 ports in the city. I've grown it to 84, more EVs in the fleet, more EV charging for fleet, more employee charging, which is very, very important. So
the growth is happening. Yeah.
It's happening.
You know, that's one of the things that keeps coming up is just how this electrification movement is really it's become kind of like a shared ownership where, you know, the community has been a large part of this movement so far. I mean, it's almost like a grassroots movement. And so these communities that we're creating around electric vehicles, around the shared passion, is really the reason for a lot of this progression. And that's going to have to continue to happen if we want to see improvement continue.
Well, it's the community aspect of it that's really helped. Again, Expo wouldn't be Expo, and we wouldn't see a lot of what we see today if it wasn't for that started a lot of this. And it wouldn't. And also, we wouldn't be here if it weren't for city leaders that were taking the role of saying we have to be leading on the conversation about what does the energy transformation look like, and how does electrification start to impact the community as a whole. And that's by working in hand in hand with those communities that are making EVs possible.
This is how we gather our voices together. If you want to see more public infrastructure in the places that you live, I mean, we have to kind of get together and get on the same page and start to talk to our policymakers about what we want to see around, right?
So to that point, Karen, as we close things out, if people want to find information about what the City of Phoenix is doing related to the role that you have for everything EV charging related, how do people find more information about the City of Phoenix efforts?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you want to go to phoenix.gov/electric vehicles, and we also have another website that we support. It's electrifyarizona.org. You can find out about EV 101, where our next events are going to be, any kind of information. I am more than happy to field questions. I believe my email is on my website, karen.apple@phoenix.gov. Anything that we can do to get the word out. As Blake said, we're having a ride and drive next week. Please come out. It's free. Drive all kinds of different cars. It's on a mini scale compared to what we've got here today, but welcome anybody to come out and get their butts in seats.
Well, the butts and seats.
Yep. If you want more information about that ride and drive event, I think Drive Electric Arizona has their own website, and they're also on Facebook if you just look for the Facebook group, Drive Electric Arizona.
So again, for those of you who are at the show today, again, this is what the City of Phoenix is doing for all of you as it relates to infrastructure, getting the vehicles to be accessible. But also, again, as Expo arrives into cities and also leaves, for those of you listening at home that didn't get a chance to come to Expo, you can go and take part in these events that are still happening on a regular basis, thanks to Drive Electric Arizona, thanks to the City of Phoenix. So, Karen, I got to say thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for the work that you're doing. Again, the progress is happening. There's always going to be, again, deviating bumps along the way. Things will happen, but as you pointed out, it's still moving forward in a lot of different ways. So thank you so much for your doing.
Absolutely. Welcome.
All right,
Happy to be here.
Thank you, Karen. Crank it, Trey.
Oh, no, keep going. I'll just do my own thing. No.
We're going to talk about watches.
We're going to talk about watches. No, but hey, what we're actually doing is we're watching the day slowly turn into the end of the day. I think what I did there was that was half fancy. We're at the EV Reality Check booth powered by GreenCars.com. This is Electrify Expo Glendale. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. If you can hear our voices, well, hey, a free T-shirt awaits you here at the EV Reality Check booth. Be sure to come by and get your free T-shirt. Also, what awaits you is, hey, a chance to sit down, maybe rest your feet. You're in the shade. You can also charge your phone at our anchor charging stations here inside the booth. But the EV Reality Check is really all about answering questions, dispelling myths and rumors about EVs, really having an honest conversation with the public, and also people from the industry that are making it happen. And so who are we? My name is Matt Teske, and I'm the founder and CEO of Chargeway. If you are even an EV owner or you're shopping for an EV, make sure to download the Chargeway mobile app on iOS and Android. Add your EV. You can add multiple EVs to your account, plan road trips, really see how it is easy to use an electric car and how charging works. And all this weekend, I am joined by...
Yours truly. My name is Blake Aaron. I am an EV content creator and a social media personality known as Blake Check. I'm also an Arizona resident. So I've owned and driven electric vehicles here in the Phoenix, Arizona area for the past 5 or 6 years. So I've seen the advancements that have been made in public charging infrastructure here in just that short time. So if you have questions or concerns about anything like that, about reliability of driving an electric vehicle in this extreme heat that we have here in Arizona, happy to answer those. If you're watching online, drop questions like that in the comment section below and we can address those that way. If you're here just passing by and you have a question, find our buddy Randy, who will be walking around, and he'll lead you up to the mic up front to answer a question in real time. But we have been talking to EV experts throughout the industry all weekend long, and we're joined by none other than...
Hi, I'm Robert Thompson, founder and CEO of Preserve Watts.
So Preserve Watts, you are very well branded with Preserve Watts right now. But let's unpack. What is Preserve Watts? And again, CEO, you are the brainchild behind this?
Yes, I am. So I took all of my designs and all of my knowledge from my previous experience in the EV industry, and I'm bringing it out to the public now with Preserve Watts. So what we do EV conversions, product sales, consulting, electrification on all aspects. We do vehicles, we do charging infrastructure, we do battery energy storage, solar integration, anything that has to do with electrification.
Kind of a one-stop shop. You guys are doing a little bit of everything, it sounds.
Well, the biggest portion of all of this is actually our education, which we've just finished our curriculum, and we're going to be putting it on in Florida at the beginning of June. You can check it out at Electrified University.
Okay. This curriculum, it's geared more towards like companies who are trying to educate their staff on how to use and maintain their electric vehicle fleet, or what are you catering that to?
No, so basically what I'm doing is I'm trying to extract all the information out of my brain into everybody else's. What I've come to find is with conversions, one-off conversions, they're quite expensive.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, unless you're doing a swap where you take a Nissan Leaf, which is on the second-hand market very inexpensive, or a Tesla Model 3 or something, and you swap all that over, that's affordable. But what we do is we use all brand new Tier 1 supplied parts, so you get a conversion that has 0 miles on it, not some unknown state of health of a conversion.
Yeah, again, you're not starting with the scraps. You're starting from scratch. You're saying we're bringing in the fresh product.
Exactly, and that's why we can stand behind our product, because we vetted out all of our suppliers and all the products that we use and integrate into vehicles. We've already done the homework for you, so you don't have to. So with our education, the biggest thing that I've come to realize is I'm going to charge you 6 figures to do a one-off conversion, but why would I just do one at a time when I can educate 20 to 30 people at a time and get it all done for next to nothing?
Well, that's go ahead.
I was going to say, I mean, you can teach a man to fish and feed him for a lifetime, right? That's the whole philosophy, it sounds like.
That's the motto.
No, this is really interesting because I think this conversation comes up a lot in the sense that what's going to happen with people that want to get into the automotive market when it's electrified in the future as it relates to what we've known as, again, shops that have been working on cars for a long time. This is a paradigm shift in so many ways.
Yeah, in so many ways. And that's, you know, there's a lot of education out there, but at Preserve Watts, we want to say that we are the leader. We take it a tier further, right? So you asked about, are we, you know, catering to individuals or companies? It's both, actually. So we want to give the tools to the people that you would get out of a regular tier 1 or OEM like Tesla or Rivian or something like that, we've got that knowledge base. We want to explain to you how you not only can choose the right conversion or the right products to put in there, but also how to do it as well. So we have stage gates throughout our course that I go through personally because I teach the classes myself. So I go through and I make sure that every individual is doing things correctly and to standards.
Well, and to that point, I mean, really, we're talking about the people that they want to be hands-on. That's the point. Is these are the folks that are saying, again, there's a lot of people that just shop for cars. They just say, oh, I'll get what I want. I'll get what I get. But there are plenty of people out there that are tinkerers and that want to say, no, I want to do it my way. And that's everything from not only customization, but what we're talking about is conversions, and there is so much to unpack with that.
I mean, with that, I'm a tinkerer myself. I'm a wrencher, but like when you get into something completely different than what you're used to, like EVs, there's a safety aspect that you have to consider. So I imagine that's a large part of what you teach.
That's probably the largest thing that we focus on because, a lot of people can grab a battery and hook it up to a motor and make it spin, but can you do it safely? One of the conversions we have is a 2022 Ford F350, the first and only.
Okay. Summer Ford's like, wait, there's a 3 in front of that?
Yeah.
Well, what'd you do?
Yep, it's not a Lightning,
They're back there
everybody.
scrambling to take notes.
Yeah, it's like, Rob, no, seriously, teach us.
Yeah, but the thing is I feel safe and comfortable driving my daughter to school every day in that vehicle. It's not only safe, but it's also reliable.
Well, and again, this is about competency too, right? Again, this is something you're taking years of knowledge and saying, all right, how do I make sure I can package this in a way that, again, as you said, you're teaching the courses, but it's something that when people walk away with it, it's not just being talked at. It's about truly educating people on the depths of knowledge that you have in a way that is, again, repeatable and something they can walk away with and say, I can actually activate on this myself.
Yeah. So I had somebody come and ask me a question earlier today. They were like, hey, do you want to sell me a conversion kit? And I said, actually, no, I don't want to sell you a conversion kit. What I want to do is I want to educate you so that you can make the same decisions that I would be making when choosing, the parts and the components and everything for your conversion kit. I want you to know the entire system in and out, from software, mechanical, electrical, everything. Thermal management is a huge portion of this.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and especially being out here in Arizona, it's actually good for us because we get to do all our warm weather testing right here at home.
It's like cheating.
We were talking about that. It's such a perfect climate for electric vehicle testing and manufacturing here in Arizona. And so, are you guys based here in Phoenix or in Glendale or
on
this
the
area?
east side.
Yeah,
east side
okay.
of Phoenix. So.
All right, that's perfect. The next thing that I want to talk about is just like, I'm sure the customer base is already there and proven for all of the products that you offer. But what appeals to me is just like, at the end of the day, if you learn these skills and tools and trades, you at the end of the day can make your own very unique vehicle that is not going to be owned by, or you're not going to see somebody else driving something like that, right?
See that I feel has more intrinsic value. You know what I mean? It's you have that ownership. You can say, hey, this is mine now. You know what I mean? It's not just like, hey, I bought this kit off of XYZ and put it in my vehicle. No, I designed and developed this vehicle myself, and that,
it's the whole bought versus built argument. I mean, it's the heart and soul of electric or car culture in general. And so to see a means for that to make its way over into the electric vehicle community is really
sticker,
cool.
Yeah, seeing that sticker on cars over the years of people that can roll into shows, and you also know when people buy cars off of other people, it's like, dude, you didn't do the work. Yeah. But we were talking earlier briefly about this is SEMA show type stuff, right?
Yeah.
The SEMA show is a great example of this, where there's a lot of different layers by which you can get into modification, customization, go down that rabbit hole of what it looks like. Yeah. But the cool thing about conversions, especially as it comes to powertrain and fuel, is this is a new animal in so many ways, because for the longest time, it's like a conversion was like, I'm going to drop this engine into that engine bay, and I'm going to see if I can squeeze it in. But once you did get it in, everything else was kind of straightforward for what you might have already known. You just had to execute. This is different, though, because it's a reimagining of just even the physics, like where do you put the weight of the battery and all these different things, right?
Yeah, exactly. So like I said, when we go over the mechanical, that's exactly it. When we first started doing conversions back in the day, it's where can you fit it? And you you were kind of constrained to whatever you were able to get. But we've seen a huge shift in the market right now with a lot of different suppliers coming out with motors of different size, capacity, battery size, capacity, and all that now you can customize it. And that's why, I like teaching, is because it's agnostic. I don't care what battery you want to use. What I'm going to do is teach you what are the safe batteries and how can you make that decision. Like, is this a safe battery? Instead of saying, I don't know, you'd be like, well, let me check.
Yeah, well, this is manufacture, this is chemistry, this is a lot of the different factors that I think people just say a battery's a battery, a motor's a motor, because you said electricity and electric powertrains were simple. It's like, no, there's a lot of nuance to it.
There's so much, and it often gets overlooked, and I've seen it happen in this industry so many times where it's like that. They find a battery and they throw it in there and they're discharging these batteries at rates that are not supposed to be.
It's like, how'd I blow that up? Well.
Exactly. And for us in the industry, I'm trying to support every single person in the industry right now. I don't want anybody to fail at any point. So I always offer all of my knowledge out to anybody that has questions. Feel free to give us a call, because I would rather take some time out of my day and make sure that you do it right than rather have an incident come up which could, end up on the news and hurt us all.
Well, can people then, in the long run, though, the people that become informed, educated, know how to do the conversions through the training you're going to provide them, are you then still going to be a resource for the parts that they need?
Always. That's one thing we also want to do, because I've been working with these manufacturers of products for so long. It's been, about 10 years that I've used probably more of the motors and batteries than anybody else throughout the time that I've been doing this. And so I've got those supply chain connections already.
Because that's also a starting point that many people get intimidated by. It's like, even if you know how to do it, you learn how to do it, you are at square one if it's like, okay, but where do I source all of this? That's got to be something that's also intimidating.
Yeah, they don't quite sell 82 kilowatt hour battery packs on Amazon, do they?
No, not yet, but actually gives me a great idea.
I was going to say, and again, he's been spitting out business ideas all weekend to people, basically. What was it?
On accident.
Electric Magic School Bus, and now this, yeah. So
well, Amazon FBA, the shipping price is so low. I didn't even think about trying to do batteries.
Can you imagine a drone dropping off an 82 kilowatt hour battery pack at home?
Man.
What's that?
Incoming.
Boom! No, but so that is something that I think is going to be, again, we're at the inception of what you're developing. This is new in so many ways. There are conversion companies out there that will say, hey, you throw us X amount of dollars, we'll just build it for you, hand it to you, and you're off to the races. But this is really about sharing knowledge. That's really at the core of this.
That's it. I really just don't want people to make mistakes. Yep. And here's the thing. I've already made all the mistakes, so you don't have to.
Love that. Yeah.
450 volts doesn't feel great, let me tell you.
Oh, no, let's hear. Okay, no, so what happened?
Which time?
Oh, well, all right. This reminds me of, I'm going to date myself here. It's like The Great Outdoors, the dude that got struck by lightning all those different times. Like, so how many times have you had that voltage running through you?
Maybe, I don't know.
That is an uncomfortable silence.
No, it's happened a couple of times, but then again, you just learn the correct way of doing things. When we're doing such rapid development, in startups, you kind of lose track of the safety, and you're more focused on the time, on deliveries, right? Yeah. And so that's always been the crux. But yeah, use your Salisbury Class 0 high voltage gloves if you're messing around with the orange wires, everyone.
One of those is like, it's like, oh no, I got these gloves from under the sink. Nah, it ain't gonna work.
No, and
I love that sentiment though, of just like, I've made the mistakes already. There's no reason we both should have to go through these learning and growing
and that's
pains.
the thing. Like, even with the motors, the number one motor supplier that I use, I've helped work with them since they were a previous company before. They've gotten bought now, and they're going through redevelopment, and I'm the one that wants to test and validate their product, give them the feedback, so that way they make a great product and offer it to everybody else. So I'm actually here with Mitch Yao from Torque Trends. They make the gear reducers, and Mitch has a new 3-to-1 gear ratio. Ooh, let me tell you, so it rips. I had the 1.9 beforehand, and he said, hey, Rob, let's go to the show together. I want to put my new product in there, and I want to take your other unit back. I want to do the failure mode analysis on it, see what's happened, if there's any wear, so that way he can make a better product. And so I'm basically offering my services as a test bed, because I can integrate any product into the vehicles that I have.
That's so reminiscent of so my career started ages ago now, it seems, but it was related to product development and testing in so many ways with aftermarket. Now, this is in the same vein of like, hey, we tried this out, but hey, we think we got something better. Let's swap it out. You can keep testing it for us.
Right. So, I'm going to be running this 3-to-1 gear reducer for as long as Mitch wants me to, and then I give it right back to him. We put a new one in, and we start the development cycle. That way he gets all that data that he doesn't have already. Like, I can offer that to him, and, you know, he offers me a great product. So
that's another testament to the community. It's just like this ability for companies to work together in order to further the movement all together, right?
Yeah,
really
we have to work together. Even with supply chain, you know, getting everybody out here that's buying specific motors or batteries or cooling components, whatever it is in the vehicle, we kind of, you know, we started this company, Power 48, where we wanted to be able to have, you know, an overarching company that would be able to purchase at the volumes you need to get the prices down low enough so that everybody, like, you know, Preserve Watts and everybody can actually afford this new technology that's coming out there. So yeah, we kind of started Power 48 as that that parent company to provide us with the ease and availability of the product out there.
Yeah, it's like a product brokerage in that way, in the sense it brings that volume up, brings that price down.
Right, and you know, we're all a part of it, so it's only helping us as a whole. So it's like you said, that community, it's us coming together and working towards that goal.
So what again, so backing up on the educational factor and kind of, you know, putting a bow on everything. It's the educational website. When is that launching? Where is it launching? And what is the site again?
Yeah, so that's electrifieduniversity.com. Go check it out. I'm going to be speaking with everybody there about doing some classes here in Phoenix, because currently it's in Florida.
Okay.
But as soon as we get all the kinks worked out, because this is a new program, we will be offering online classes as well.
So that's the cool thing. It's in person and online. So
yeah, congrats on getting that university name, by the way. I love that. Electrified University. It's clean, simple, easy to remember.
That came from the guys at Electrified Garage, which so
you know those guys?
Yeah, that's we're all.
I love it. He's like, what are you talking about?
That's what we're doing. Chris over there, he was the one that came to me. And actually, we kind of solidified things at SEMA this past year.
Yeah.
We all got together.
I'm a big fan. Electrified Garage. You can find them on YouTube, but I mean, I'm just a fan of them. They're great. I love what they do.
I didn't know you know them. This is wonderful. Yeah,
of course. Yeah.
Well,
get together.
So you've got the educational part wrapped. It's coming out. I mean, so you've got it packaged the way you're ready.
Yeah. No, I've already the curriculum's been handed over. It's checked off by all the doctors, and we start in June.
All right. Well, there's that. But also, kind of for those who are at home who didn't make it to the show, how are they going to find more information about Preserve Watts, whether it's online, and where else can they find all the details we've been talking about?
Yeah. So you can go to preservewatts.com, or Instagram is Preserve Watts. You can check me out, Robert Thompson, on LinkedIn. I'm here for help.
It's
right on. Yeah, I was going to say, thank you for your time. That's perfect.
This has been great. And I think that the cool part about this is the tinkering that it speaks to my soul for, like, that's when I got started back in the day. And what this is again, we've got to have that brain trust from people like you shared with more people. And so you taking the time to develop that out alongside not just the work, but making so you can package it and show people how it's done, that's huge.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity to come up here and, you know, expand on that and get the word out, because we need more of this in the industry. We don't need to hold it close to the heart. Let's not all do the same thing in parallel. Let's run it all in series, so that way the person in front of me has all my knowledge base and they don't need to learn all this stuff again. If I've already done it, I can give you the quick rundown. Now you can go learn the stuff that we haven't learned yet.
In series and in parallel. I love the turbo talk that you guys are bringing into the conversation.
Hey, it's all engineering, man. That's what it's all about.
Oh, Rob, thank you so much for coming by. Again, we're at the EV Reality Check booth. It is powered by GreenCars.com. Again, Preserve Watts, Rob, the CEO. Thank you so much for coming by, for sharing your knowledge of the industry. But also, if you want to learn more, catch Rob after this session. And Rob, thanks again.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Trey, let's do it. Oh! Electrify Expo Glendale. It is a beautiful Sunday afternoon, and for those who can hear our voices, we are at the EV Reality Check booth powered by GreenCars.com. GreenCars.com also has their booth directly across from us with an awesome-looking Volkswagen ID Buzz. You can check out GreenCars.com if you're shopping for an EV. It lets you compare vehicles, makes it super simple. But the EV Reality Check booth that we are in right now is also for dispelling rumors, dispelling myths, but also talking to industry leaders on what's happening with product development, new products that are coming to market, products that are out there, and the companies that are making electrification happen. So who am I? My name is Matt Teske, and I'm the founder and CEO of Chargeway. If you have an EV or if you're shopping for an EV, make sure to download the Chargeway mobile app. You can download it on iOS and Android. It plans road trips for you. It makes charging super simple for the EV that you fall in love with. So also this weekend, the entire time, I have been joined by
Mr. Blake Aaron. I am an EV content creator, an EV enthusiast, and the social media personality known as Blake Check. I've been making videos based around electric vehicles for the past 5 or 6 years, and I'm also a resident of this area, Phoenix, Arizona, Glendale, Arizona. I've grown up here, but I've owned and driven electric vehicles in this area for the past 5 or 6 years, and so I know exactly what it's like to own and maintain an electric vehicle in this area. I know what it looks like for public charging infrastructure, access to fast chargers, stuff like that. So if you have questions or concerns about whether or not going electric for you is realistic in this type of climate and this type of area, happy to answer those questions. If you're watching online, go ahead and drop those in the comment section under the video. If you're here just passing by and you have a question, find our guy Randy, who will guide you up to the microphone up front so we can address those here in real time.
And also what we do at this booth is we talk to people that are, making awesome products. So I got to say, I'm going to be a little bit biased here because I first learned of your guys' product and brand. This is years ago now, and I got to say, it's still my favorite two-wheeled e-mobility product.
Thank you.
I got to say. So Tim Stewart, you are the founder and chief designer of Onyx.
Correct. That's it.
So we got an example sitting right here next to you, and this is one of the things about your guys' product and approach to it that I always think is just beautiful is the attention to detail for what you guys do. There's a lot of love and passion that goes into what you guys build. I've had a lot of conversations with people from your team about that, but I'd love to hear you talk about it as well, being that you, again, are part of that founding team.
I got to say, before we even get into it, that thing looks tough.
It's awesome.
It's so sick.
Yeah, so
Sorry,
this
go
is
ahead.
the Onyx RCR. It's our flagship model right now. And I designed it for myself personally. I was riding around on a lot of two-stroke mopeds in San Francisco. That's where I grew up. And two-stroke mopeds are pretty fun. You can kit them out. You can put exhaust on them, and put like expansion chambers and all that stuff, right? Problem was, I was becoming a designer, going to design studios, and I had this really loud little bike, like about this size, pulling up to a nice little boutique design studio, and everyone thought it was kind of cool. Looks cool, but it's loud. And then I started getting comments like, "Oh, it kind of smells like gas in here. Kind of smells like oil." And
that'd be
yeah,
me.
so I started to think, as a designer, I started to think like, okay, I need to kind of transform my mode of transportation because it was cheap, it's fun. I can get past all the traffic, get to my work, put it in an elevator, all that stuff. But after a while, I started to realize that even the neighborhood didn't really like the loud vehicles. I could see people plugging their ears, doing stuff like that. So I thought, okay, let me try making this electric. And a couple of my friends back in 2012 made one, and things were pretty expensive back then. Batteries were expensive. Everything was expensive, right? So we waited a little bit, and by 2016, started looking into it again. Prices dropped significantly. And I started to make another one. And at that point, I was just thinking about doing it for myself. Again, just as a mode of transportation to enhance my experience to work.
That's how every great entrepreneurial story starts, though.
Yeah.
It's like, this was for me.
Right.
I just wanted to be quieter when I rolled into the neighborhood or class.
Yeah, so the crazy thing is that I was riding to work every day, and people would just go nuts. They would be like, where do I get this? Or what is that? People would be crossing the street in front of me. In San Francisco, there's a lot of people crossing on crosswalks, and they'd literally stop in their track. And then eventually, there was a guy who was like, where do I buy this? And I said, it's not for sale. And he's like, you got to be kidding me.
It's like, literally, you were hearing people like, wrong answer.
Yeah.
Try again.
So he's like, how do I invest? And the thing is I gave him a number, and being a product designer, I know how much it costs to start a company, and I was still pretty low, pretty cheap. And he was like, no, he wanted to cut that in half. And I just said, you know what, didn't want to do it. So I started to look into Indiegogo because I've launched a lot of Indiegogo campaigns for other people and helped people raise millions of dollars. But I would just get a salary, right?
Right.
So
You're like, wait, I could do this for me.
So that's what I thought. I could just do it myself. I launched it. I raised $900,000 in a month.
And there you go.
And then it was proof in the pudding that this bike, people want it. The specs are, it goes 55 miles an hour. So it's just like a two-stroke kitted where you would buy a 30 mile an hour two-stroke and then you would put like a 70cc or 80cc kit on it.
Yep.
But it's dead silent. So nobody hears it. It's kind of the stealth mode electric. It's really fun.
Well, and I think the thing about what you described too is the fact that from an approachability perspective, number one is I love the minimalism and the design approach, but then you really start talking about what's under the skin, from a technology perspective, or that the performance perspective you just mentioned. I think it shocks most people, to be very honest with you.
Yeah, it definitely does. It's I wanted it to be fast and accelerate fast to keep up with the builds that I was doing or the builds that my friends were doing, but also, I like to design furniture, and I was a skateboard designer, so that's why the wood cover is made just like a skateboard.
One of the best touches.
And it's sort of my personal touch because I know how to make skateboard decks, so I did that. I formed wood over the top of it, and no one was really doing that. Everyone's trying to do gas tanks and make it look like a gas vehicle, and in my opinion, I think EVs, they can kind of speak to that because people are familiar with it, but it does need to transition, in my opinion, away from that.
Yeah.
Well, you have a unique design language that goes along with the product, and that to me speaks to what, again, the Onyx brand really represents. It is about, again, everything you just described for the inception story and what led you to finally say, I could do this for me, I've done it for other people, is the truth of the fact is that comes through with the product design. You can talk to a lot of folks who have started companies, and again, depending on what their real inspiration was or what their mission was, you didn't necessarily have a mission aside from you're like, I want to have a moped that isn't noisy and smells like gas.
Yeah, exactly.
But you also had the beauty of that was married to the fact that you understood design.
Yeah, I mean, my main goal was I just wanted to. All my friends were building really badass. Gas-powered mopeds, and I really just wanted to kind of compete with them, and show them that, hey, look, you can make something different. And for a minute there, they were just not really sure about it, but then when I would go on rides with them, they would be blown away.
Sure,
And that was just my main goal.
Yeah.
That was really all it was. But having a skateboard company at the time and realizing analog skateboarding, it wasn't an electric skateboard company, was kind of dying. It was, the revenue is going down, and I could see just even electric skateboards because I could see the competition.
Yeah.
Electric skateboards were making, let's say, $3 million a year, just a small company similar to mine, and I was making at 1.5 million in the mid 2000s, but by 2018 it was 400,000.
Right. So you had plateaued.
Yeah, it was dying.
Yeah.
And so I said, okay, if I go electric on this, maybe I can meet that revenue stream, but it's it's far exceeded.
Can I ask
which
you
is
a
cool.
question just about your career track or just the progression of Onyx? We kind of left off after you you did the not Kickstarter. What would you call it?
Indiegogo.
And you raised $900,000 in the course of a few days. Where did you go from there? How long has Onyx been a company selling products to customers?
So that was in 2017 when I launched the brand, and then by early 2018 I was funded, and I took all of 2018 and 2019 to fulfill the orders. And by that time, though, I just was pretty, like worn out. The one thing that I would say, and I mean it's controversial, but Trump came in and imposed tariffs right as I was starting the company, and I was
This sounds so familiar.
I was building in the United States. Like I had a factory or a little warehouse in San Francisco, and I was hiring people to build the bikes. But the problem is, we are getting electronics from overseas,
Sure. Yeah.
right? And so the tariffs went up 25%, and I did the math. I couldn't hire, one other person to help do the labor and me help focus on the business. So I was ending up putting 10 bikes together a day.
You're having like
I was-
20-hour days
yeah,
for 365.
Yeah. I was and then running the business, figuring out all the taxes, and then I was also teaching at a art college at night, 2 nights a week. So I was completely burnt out.
So yeah, it got, but to that point is you got to a stage where
Yeah.
you still kept it alive.
I kept it alive.
So when do you feel like you turned the corner?
So you know, if you're familiar with Bird scooters,
Oh, yeah.
right? So I was looking for a business partner, and I had several companies that were interested, but the deals weren't really kind of working out. And Bird did what we call like an acqui-hire, and that's where James came in.
Yeah.
He was working at Amazon, and he was coming in. He was a customer, and he ordered a bike, and he was actually he was the first person to get the bike because he built his bike. He was like, I'm not waiting. And he just came in.
That
He's
sounds like him.
Right? He's like, I'll just take whatever you got. And he kind of slapped together this kind of crude version of this with just whatever we had because I didn't have everything. And he slapped it together. He was there after work almost every day, just kind of hanging out. And so he knew the pain that I was feeling. And so he came in and wanted to help me figure it out. And Bird came in and said, hey, we'll hire you as a full-time designer to design all the scooters and mopeds and e-bikes for rideshare, kind of relieve you from running a business.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And just focusing on what you want to do, which was get into the EV industry. And so that's essentially what happened.
Okay.
So James took over.
Yeah.
And then I moved down to LA. And then within 6 months, James moved down to LA. and he was only 20 minutes from me. So it was kind of crazy.
But to that point, is it really was the right kind of that you had the design aligned, you had the design theory lined up, you had the right approach, but then it took that right secret sauce, that chemistry of the right team coming together, and the right moments, frankly, from a business perspective to really make it all function.
Yeah, it was definitely it was an insane time, but I would never do it any differently because the experience at Bird, even though Bird had its ups and downs, and it's still running per se. But
it's still there-ish.
Yeah, I see my designs out there, but they haven't refreshed them, obviously, and it's been a long time. But I would say the experience that I had there was I really learned the engineering of personal electric vehicles.
Yeah.
And as a designer, I'm working with an amazing engineering team from all sorts of car companies and NASA, because I think one of the coolest things about Bird that I always thought was really cool is how people are literally throwing birds into the river or into the ocean, right? The Bird that I worked on, you could throw it into the ocean, and 2 years later, it could still turn on.
Take that.
Yeah. So that was kind of awesome.
If you could produce design your product that way.
Space or something, and it would still work, right? Yeah.
Well, so all that to be said, the Onyx brand, the Onyx product as it is today, I guess where are we at now? So again, what we've got sitting here is one representation, but so unpack that.
So this is the Onyx RCR, the 72 volt system. That's the nominal voltage. It charges up to 84 volts. It has, at a peak around 15,000 watts or 15 kilowatts. That's when you're fully charged.
Okay.
But it hovers around in the 8 to 10,000. What do you call it? Watts. But it's got a lot of power. And right now, this is what we're selling. We have a lot of plans for future models to come out, and we're excited about possibly bringing them here when we're ready. But at the moment, this is what we're selling, and it's our flagship. It's everyone's favorite. We had some other models in the past, but when I came back, the decision was to just sell the best-selling model right now. Really dial that in, and then bring in some more models.
So it's go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to ask. Did we talk about the battery capacity figure yet? What is that?
Yeah. So the battery is 45 amp hours. So it's 3.24 kilowatt hours. So you get about, I'll give you a perspective if anyone's familiar with Los Angeles. I live in the valley of Los Angeles, and there's the Santa Monica Mountains. They're about 2,000 feet high. And then you have
Good old
ocean.
Sepulveda.
Yeah, and I ride over the Santa Monica Mountains and then down PCH, on the coast for about 8 miles, and then back over again through Calabasas, back down into the valley, and that's about 45 miles, and I'm going as fast as I want to go.
Yeah.
And that will be the whole battery. If I'm riding around on the flat ground, I'm sure it can be, 50, 60 miles or more. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And then if you're going really slow, you can get over 100 miles.
Stretch it if you're creeping kind of thing.
If you're just doing 20, 25 miles an hour.
So what is the MSRP on this, by the way?
This is $42.99 right now.
That still boggles my mind. Yeah, because I look at that, and if you were to say, give me a guess, I'd be like 10K.
Yeah. Oh no.
I mean, that's the thing is there's an approach that you have and the packaging you have that like it lends to quality just by looking at it.
Yep.
But then when you talk about the performance, the design methodologies and everything, it really brings about the fact that you're getting a lot for the money.
Yeah. I mean, the way I look at it is, as a buyer myself or as a consumer myself, and I've done a lot of consumer designs. If you look up me on timothykevinstewart.com, you'll see all the product designs that I've done. I've done smartwatches and everything, right? And I'm focused on trying to make something that I would personally, spend my own money on, right? And at that price point, there's quite a few things that I personally would want. Maybe a drone or maybe a camera.
Right.
And I have to think about that when someone is also looking at this bike, right?
Yeah.
They might have something in that $4,000 price range that they're thinking about. So, once it gets higher than that, then I feel like you're competing with other more things.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to at least be, I'd like to be as affordable as possible. I think it is going to be pretty hard in this climate,
pricing.
but we're still going to really try.
I mean, at that price point, I can't think of another personal electric vehicle or personal electric anything that can help you commute to and from work reliably.
Right.
Again, I'm biased, man. Like, again, I met your team a couple of years ago. We sat and talked about the product, and I remember thinking to myself, like, no, this stands out in a lot of ways. And I think what you just also mentioned, too, when you came back and what you decided to do from a product line perspective, it's kind of it's almost like an Apple-esque type thought. Like when Jobs came back, he's like, no, we're going to stick with what we do best. Let's focus, let's make sure that that's in what's people's hands. And it allows you to really, again, focus is an important thing as an entrepreneur. If you don't have that, well, then, frankly, oftentimes you have distractions. That can make things a lot harder. They don't need to be.
Sure.
It's true. It is design has definitely been an uphill battle for me. Starting a skateboard company, then going into consumer electronics and learning all of that and learning from a lot of professionals. I definitely, I could say I did watch the Steve Jobs documentary, so I don't know if that rubbed off on me at all, but
maybe it did.
Maybe it did. But I don't know. I'm not in any way going after Apple. Actually, I'm an Android guy.
you're like fun comment, but actually, I've got Marshmallow in my pocket.
I'm not an Apple fan, to be honest, but I really like the open source, and this vehicle is open source.
Yeah.
So people can get this and they can modify it. They're not locked out. I'm a big proponent of that. You can get this, and it comes 50% tuned, which is really fast already, but you can raise it another 50%, which, in my opinion, it's like a shotgun going off between your legs. So we don't sell it like that.
Yeah, again, ease them into the performance.
Yeah, so people get used to it, and then they say, I want something more. And you say, well, hey, just tune it up. You don't even spend any money. Just tune it up.
I think we got a question from online.
We do have a question from online.
Yeah, we have a question on Instagram Live. Username is Loon78112 Flippo. He says, Onyx has become a bit of a cult favorite in the e-industry. How much of that is intentional, and how do you think design plays into brand loyalty?
Coming from the skateboard industry and building teams and building a community, that's really where Onyx, the community, and what people would call the cult following, but I call it, it's the community to me. It's just, we just want to bring everyone in to the fold, and we do a lot of events. We have a lot, we rent big houses, and we go out and invite people out to come out and hang out for a weekend. We do stuff like that, maybe from the outside people think, oh yeah, that's a cult or something. But
cult following is that they're in love with it.
We're trying to have fun, and we're trying to show, hey, brands can go out and have fun. And in the skateboard industry, snowboard industry, that's what they do with their team members.
Very much.
They bring them out, do team trips, and can't really have a team for this bike, so I view the customers sort of as the team.
But that's a great approach, though, because
Right.
again, it creates community, as we've been talking about a lot this
Right.
weekend, right?
Which is necessary for your product to be successful. I think you guys have done a really good job of making a unique product that people are clearly passionate about.
Yeah, I think. Look, I mean, if anyone's familiar with One Wheel, she's got a One Wheel over
Yeah,
there.
there's one right there.
Yeah. Yeah. So if anyone's familiar with One Wheel, I mean, they've built an amazing community, right?
Yep.
And I think skateboarding, snowboarding, they already have that baked in. But e-bikes, I think that's the next level for me.
That's awesome. So
Yeah.
for those who are, again, they're not here at the show, they can't do test rides, how do they find out more about Onyx? Where do they go?
So they go to onyxmotors.com or Onyx Motorbikes. You can either one, it will take you to the same place. And right there's all the information on the bike that we have, and you can click on it, you can purchase it right off our website. If you're in LA or you want to be visiting LA, you can come in for test rides. We have a nice little shop in Frogtown right on the bike path next to La Colombe Coffee. So it's a great place to hang out. And we're very inviting, and we have a bunch of bikes for people to test ride. So,
Do you guys have anything on social media?
Yeah, so we're on Instagram under Onyx Motorbikes. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, I got to say, this is again one of my. Again, I'm biased, man, but I
Yeah.
like the design. I've always loved
Thank
it,
you.
and I think what you guys have built, again, especially the discussion around, again, even people that are online on social media saying, "Well, you guys have you created kind of a cult following. How'd you do that?" And you're like, "We didn't do this by design."
No.
But that, to me, what that speaks to is, and I always got this from talking to James over the years, is that there was a level of authenticity that truly came through in what you saw in the product. But frankly, even through conversations like this, it does shine through.
Right.
And I think that's why you guys have a lot of loyal customers. But that's why people look at the brand; they are proud to be associated with it.
Yeah, it's just the group rides I think are really everything, and you see it in the PEV world. There's these massive group rides, and then we have group rides for this product alone, which goes into the mountains and canyon runs, and it's just an amazing experience for everyone. And I think people just want to keep doing that. It's addicting.
It is.
And
Well, and the fact that you're coming out to Expo, again, that's another part of it that's great, is that people get a chance to come to the Expo and see things that are, again, related to electric cars, but getting exposed to products like this on the two-wheel electric side is something that's so important. So, again, Tim, thanks so much for sharing your story.
Thank you.
You got one hell of a story for an entrepreneurial story. I think it's rad. And then also, thanks for making sure Expo has products like Onyx on site for people to test.
Yeah, thank you. We'll be at every spot or every stop along the way.
6 more cities.
Yeah. It's going to be great. And New York's going to be a big one.
Awesome. Well, cool.
All right.
Well, for those listening, again, this is the EV Reality Check booth powered by GreenCars.com. This is Electrify Expo Glendale. Again, if you're watching online, make sure to check out Onyx online by going to their website and their social media. For those who are still here listening, you can still get a test ride in, but also thank you again for coming out to Expo. And Tim, thank you also for joining us. It's been great.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Crank it, Trey.